to the Nationals Tekken 7 Conference Play-ins. Ayan na mga kaibigan, kung hindi pa kayo na-hype sa intro natin, I don't know what will hype you up. My name is Laika Mea, your panel host for the day, at kasama ko ngayon si Doc Jimmy at si Young Rafiki. I hope you guys are ready for today kasi grabe talaga yung labanan natin dito sa play-in so far. And reminder lang for our viewers as well as our players na at the end of our play-ins, 10 lang ang makakapasok to our group stages. Meaning, the bottom 2 or the 2 lowest ranked players will be eliminated. Kung susundan natin yung storyline ni Eliza Taylor dito, nasa high school setting tayo at kung ikaw yung nasa bottom 2, papatawag ka sa principal's office. Pero, huwag kayo mag-alala guys kasi based naman sa caster's prediction so far, parang ako rin mapapatawag sa principal's office at the end of the play-ins. Ayan. So, tingnan nga muna natin kung kamusta na nga ba yung scoreboard natin. So, let's take a look at the standings so far. So, as we can see over here, Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat leading with 9 points. Samantalang, ano tong nakikita natin guys? Sunod-sunod na 8 points from Machinehead, AK, Maru, Sidesteplance, and Jules. Anong meron? Pero sa alam ko, yung number 8, swerte yan, di ba? So, matindi-tindi yung labanan dito. Tingnan naman natin tong standings. Tumatanong ko lang kayong casters natin. Ayan o, yan pa yung remaining scoreboard natin sa ngayon. Para sa'yo, Doc Jimmy, yung mga bagong salpak ba natin dito sa The Nationals, kamusta yung performance nila against the returning franchise players?
Napakagaling nila. Sidesteplance and Kunicat, sila yung dalawang, we have Sidesteplance, Kunicat, Kasan is returning. Am I missing anyone?
Gold Standard.
Gold Standard, okay, yung tatlo. Also, all three of them actually are playing pretty well. Even though Gold Standard is in bottom 4, hindi siya bottom 2, so yan ang importante. But Kunicat and Sidesteplance, if you don't believe the hype, you have to believe in the hype.
You have to believe in the hype. Sobrang hype natin dito sa The Nationals. Itong background music natin, kanina pa rin ako naka-hype. Pero para naman sa'yo, Young Rafiki, so far sa day number 1 and day number 2 ng ating play-ins, meron bang player na nag-stand out para sa'yo?
Oh, definitely. Sidesteplance. Sidesteplance has been, basically, despite the fact na rookie year pa niya, like it's been such a treat for him showing off like his lead play, showing off that he can stand up against like literally everyone here dito sa Nationals. And for the first 2 days, he's already consistently being top 1, top 2, top 3 basically. And like I want to see him like basically maintain that consistency like here in day 3 and onwards.
So alongside Sidesteplance nga, isa pang bagong salpak si Kunicat. Napakaganda rin ako. So I am really impressed with should we call them freshmen, rookies? I don't know how you guys wanna coin the term, but like these newbies here, ang lalakas nila, and we're happy to see it kasi yan naman talaga yung point ng buong bagong format natin dito para makita yung best of the best na baka hindi pa natin nakita in the past. But now, we're gonna be moving forward to the top performers that we have so far. Ooh. And here we have BRE Maru, Smart Omega Jules, and Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion. So, simulan na natin kay Maru. Young Rafiki, ano ba ang masasabi natin sa ating class clown?
Basically, he's just incredibly versatile, incredibly playful, and he's been consistent since for 3 seasons straight na. He's always delivered every time he's been given the opportunity. And you're always surprised whatever he pulls out, be it the Facom round. We never knew he had a Brian. We know he has guys like Ganryu, Anna, and basically he's playing character bingo. Like now that Dojin isn't here.
And character bingo, we love to see it. Pero I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a lot of character bingos as we go along with the conference. But Doc Jimmy, up next, Jules. So I would say that Jules is an evolved player coming from the previous season, but I want to know your thoughts on it.
Jules is definitely doing better. In the second season, when we started the online thing, with the online play, he didn't make it. He was so close to making it to the final 8, pero unfortunately he didn't. But I think his performance now, he has truly evolved. I love that we use the word evolution. Kasi that's what happens when you play these fighting games. You get better based on your environment. They adapt, they evolve, and Jules has definitely evolved. He's showing us more characters, and he's a little bit more offensive. He still has that defense that we know him for.
Yes, of course. And last but not the least on this list, Young Rafiki, is, ang sabi nga ni Eliza Taylor, ang ating heartthrob na si Vermilion. What can you say about Vermilion?
Well, Vermilion has always been the consistent. Well, one, yes, I love you, Al. And two, the consistent tinatawag nating regular season performer. Basically, like every time it's in group stage, every time when it comes to the points, he always racks it up, and he's always been the aggressive deliverer. This time a bit more dangerous because he's already like building up more characters aside from Devil Jin. You're gonna be surprised what he's gonna pull out because like under the tutelage of nature lover and having somebody like Kunicat as a teammate, you're gonna see like a much more creative Vermilion than you've seen before.
Ooh, very excited to see it push through. But now we're gonna be moving on to the match schedule that we have for the day. Ayan, again, yun yung top 3 performers natin for now. And ito nga ang first half natin. First game is gonna be Smart Omega Jules versus Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat. We're gonna be focusing on that later on kasi yan din ang ating featured match of the day. But for now, Young Rafiki, meron ba dito sa listahan na to na isang match na nilulook forward mong mapanood?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Like, I'm torn between like both Sidesteplance matches. I'm torn between both Sidesteplance matches against Jules and Machinehead. Because like we get to see like how creative Sidesteplance can be at opening such defensive players such as Jules and Machinehead, such patient and stoic players. And I want to see how he can crack open these incredibly hard, as much as I want to call them iron walls, iron eggs. He's trying to crack. Basically, like all angles are so hard to open up, and that's what I want to see from Sidesteplance here.
Tingnan natin kung makakapagluto tayo ng itlog mamaya, ano? May kinacrack open tayo. Pero let's move on to the second half naman, Doc Jimmy. Any matches that you're looking forward to watching here?
Off the bat, siguro, if I just use my eyes, Gold Standard and Vermilion. We have the very, very fresh Gold Standard, right? This is his time. He's slowly creeping up the rankings. He's just out of bottom 2. Pero it looks like he has a very hard slate today, and what a test it will be to go up against the Heartthrob. I would say two Heartthrobs, the Heartthrob match.
Oh my God! So, pag pumunta tayo sa comment section ng ating live stream, alam ko na i-comment ko, sino yung favorite Heartthrob nyo sa match na to? Heartthrob versus Heartthrob, ano?
Team Gold Standard versus Team Vermilion.
So, sabi mo nga, Doc Jimmy, it seems like Gold Standard is in for a challenge today. Pero another player that is going to be up for a challenge today is our featured player, which is actually Coffee Prince. So, let's take a look at who he's facing today. He's got Smart Omega Machinehead, which is, I believe, the first draft pick back in the draft series. And then we got Laos Auto Group, Playbook Esports, Eagles AK. So, I would say that this is definitely challenging. And as we can see here, ito yung previous scores niya. 111 versus Machinehead and 550 versus AK. So, in your opinion, Doc, ano ba sa tingin mo yung kailangan gawin ni Coffee Prince para mabaliktad na tong record na to?
This is tough kasi like these two opponents of his, Machinehead and AK, have historically have really beaten Coffee Prince. I mean, 111 versus Machinehead. As a competitive player, it really takes a lot of work. You have to really study, make your adjustments, and it's not easy. This is going to be tough for Coffee Prince, but we've seen in previous conferences he can always sneak in the last moment. So will this be his day?
Oh, it might be today indeed. Malalaman natin yan in just a bit. But for now, magpo-focus tayo sa first match of the day, otherwise known as our featured match of the day, which is Smart Omega Jules versus Signal Ultra Warriors. Now, I'm very excited to start talking about this kasi nakausap ko si Jules at si Kunicat. Kumbaga, ako yung kaklase nyo na mahilig chumismis, mahilig makichismis sa loob ng classroom. Ako yung nasa noisy list, ano? So, ito yung sinabi ni Jules nung tinanong ko siya kung ano yung iniisip niya versus Kunicat. Sabi niya, verbatim to I'm excited because this is our first time facing each other in a tournament. With what he's shown so far, he earned our respect and definitely a strong contender here in the Pro League. Sabi ko sa kanya, ang bait mo naman masyado. Ang sagot na sa akin, baka kasi malasin. Baka daw malasin siya. So sabi ko, sige, humble lang muna. On the other hand, si Kunicat, ang sabi niya naman, I feel like Jules is actually one of the 3 big threats to me personally here in the Nationals, with the other 2 being AK and Vermilion, my own teammate. I've done a lot to prepare myself for the matchup with Jules, and I know I'm the underdog coming into this match. However, I've always got a couple of weird tricks up my sleeve, so I'd say Jules shouldn't sleep on Kunicat either. His playstyle is a direct counter to mine, which is very defensive and patient, while mine is a lot more aggressive and real unpredictability. It should be a fun match to watch regardless of the result. And I would have to agree. What about Doc Jimmy? Based sa sinabi ni Kunicat, would you agree na complete opposites yung playstyle nilang dalawa?
I think so. And on a side note, Kunicat be the classmate who enjoys writing essays. Really eloquent and great with his words. The styles definitely clash. They're polar opposites. Pure offense from the side of Kunicat. He comes out with his tricks, mga ganon. Tapos si Jules, he just looks at your tricks. Parang, okay, sige, come on, bring it on. And then once he sees an opening, bang. So, I think matchup-wise, right, defensive players are better than... they have an advantage over players who like offensive tricks.
Ayan na nga, oh. The old guard versus the rising talent. Woo.
Old guard.
May social predictions tayo. 71% in favor of Jules and 29% in favor of Kunicat. So magiging exciting yan. Side note, nakausap ko rin si Vermilion, which is the teammate of Kunicat, and ito na yung gist ng sinabi niya. Sabi niya, it's cute to see how much he's grown since he joined the team. Because like I told him, he was pretty scrubby when we first got our hands on him. But now his growth since then is enormous and way more refined. Grabe naman sa scrubby. Si Vermilion walang filter. Ayan. So exciting matches up ahead. Before I let the casters do their thing, I want to ask your predictions. And nag-toss coin na kami before the show. So Doc Jimmy is the first one to go. So who do you think is going to win for the first match?
Old guard.
Old guard, Jules. What about you, young Rafiki?
Let's keep it spicy. Kunicat.
Kunicat. Spicy indeed. Now, before I leave you guys to the very capable hands of our very guapo casters, I would just like to remind everyone that this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Sport. Again, this has been your panel host, Laika Mea. I'll see you guys later. In the meantime, I'll be leaving you with our casters, Young Rafiki and Doc Jimmy.
And guys, welcome to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Play-Ins, Liga ng mga Kampiyon Day 3. It's finally here. And Doc, the first match, we've already talked a little bit about it. Can you give us more insights on it?
It's going to be a slobber knocker. Both players will really try to open each other up. I'm excited. It's gonna be super fun.
And of course, like, we have to make sure that people see what the schedule is gonna be like. Our first half is definitely gonna be here. Jules versus Kunicat, Sidesteplance versus Jules, Kunicat versus Maru, Machinehead versus Sidesteplance, Maru versus Gold Standard, and Coffee Prince versus Machinehead. There's a lot of this old guard versus young blood going on here in our first half right here. And Doc, like, this is a test for a lot of our new bloods, basically.
It is. I mean, we've seen a lot of success from both Sidesteplance and Kunicat, trading places, first and second place. So Lance is currently in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place right now. Dropped off a little yesterday, but for the first 2 days of the Nationals, it's been 2 rookies up first.
And of course, the first person who is going to face off against that rookie is Smart Omega's Jules, the most defensive player that we've always known. And we could see that he's adapting to the new normal here. Season 1, second in Conference 1, Conference 2, 3rd place. Yep, in terms of like the regular season points, and 9th place on Season 2. But here on the new season, he's been performing really, really well. The adaptation from the man is insane.
Well, absolutely. it's really, we touch on evolution and how much these players really just improve along the way. And history tells us, we've yet to see a Jin actually. I don't think we've seen Jules play Jin. He has picked him 117 times for this entire time. But recently he's been going with Bob and Claudio, and he's been finding success with both those characters.
And of course, that Bob and Claudio might come in handy against his opponent, which is gonna be Kunicat from Signal Ultra Warriors. And you can see his Kunicat being a Kunimitsu main, that's pretty obvious in the name itself, but we all know that he has a Pocket Marduk. And that Pocket Marduk might be pulled out, possibly, but then against Jules, who also has a Marduk, I'm not entirely sure myself.
That's where the fun really is, right? When your opponent has a character that you play, so you can see both players on screen waving hi. You can always
let's go!
Okay. I mean, you can always show your own style with that character, and you might bring out some tricks that your opponent necessarily doesn't know. But yeah, big fight field, pangatlong araw for the 5 days of the play-ins. This is if we're in college, midterms.
Oh, midterms na to eh. For the first semester. Our play-ins is basically the first semester, and let's see how they can play this midterm test really well. And another fact of the matter is, Jules isn't entirely unfamiliar with the Kunimitsu matchup, considering the fact that Pika plays it every now and then.
Yeah, Pika, his brother, of course, he streams so regularly. Every time a new character comes out, he brings them out on stream. And I'm sure when Kunimitsu came out, Pika really labbed and went to learn. And Pika is incredibly talented at learning new characters. I saw him stream Lydia. He learned her so quickly. So, malaking advantage talaga having a coach like that.
Oh, absolutely. But aside from that, though, speaking of coaches, let's not forget Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat has possibly one of the best coaches out here, which is Nature Lover, who is also an absolute beast when it comes to theory crafting and all this new tech that you can pull out with certain characters. And I want to see what he taught Kunicat, how he shaped it. Because once again, as Vermilion said, they saw him as scrubby at the start, but now he's evolved into something else. And this is something right now. Shaheen? Geese? Hello?
Okay. This is totally unexpected, but these two characters are mainstays in the Nationals history. And probably one thing we weren't able to bring up earlier is, the experience gap between Jules and Kunicat. I think Jules has had over 200 matches now in the Nationals, while Kunicat has had about 10. So yeah, they're like total opposites here.
Absolutely. And now you can see like the talent predictions here, 80 to 20%. But once again, it's always been a toss-up every single time they put us on the spot and ask. But here it is, Kunicat on the Shaheen and Jules on the Goose. Never thought I'd see the day that I'd see Jules on a Goose.
I mean, you'd think we're watching AK versus Machinehead or something, but no, this is Signal Ultra Warriors, Kunicat and Jules. And the first, good big trade here coming in favor of Jules, going to break the first floor here in Forgotten Realm.
Alright, going for the single Ripuken for the better Oki, and immediately the pokes are insane here from Jules and Kunicat, trying to see if Jules is gonna press a button. No, goes for something unsafe. This is not the Jules I know.
I mean, we talked about evolution earlier, and are we seeing Jules evolve? Like, before our eyes. I think this is the first time he's ever brought out Peace, right?
Absolutely. This has been a big surprise, but then again, it starts making sense. His teammate is Machinehead, after all, who is known to be the geese of the Nationals. Now, Kunicat getting zoned out by these Repukins. And once again, Jules really keeping his signature patience despite playing such an aggressive character.
The patience also on Kunicat's side is quite good. The Jules coming out on top most of the while, and there is the big counter hit low, finishing it with the Eagle Claw right there up against the wall.
That was incredibly good there from Jules, but now Kunicat is entirely at the back foot here, and he's getting oppressed with EX plus frames here from Jules, and Kunicat really is looking for an option here, trying to go for the follow-up there, instead goes for more plus. Now Kunicat really just trying to poke it out, keeping it a bit more patient, less gimmicky, and more standard in terms of like Shaheen.
Yeah, one thing that we've always seen from Shaheen's is, the slide. Not a single slide yet so far after 2 rounds. Elbow there going to land for Jules. And there's the first slide, we called it.
Absolutely. Ooh. There's the DF2, and that's Kunicat getting his first round here in game 1, and it's already, this is not the characters that we expected them to play, but it's already incredibly exciting. Everything's feeling a little bit too close for comfort here.
Yeah, Kunicat putting up a really great fight against this he's from Jules here. I mean, probably he got the powers from Machinehead. Here we go, second floor break of the match. Wow, we've been on that for almost forever. Jules is gonna close it out, but here comes Kunicat, drops the combo there because of the wall.
Oh my goodness. Kunicat is 1 pixel away from Rage, but Jules has full meter. There's the block. That might actually kill. Yes, this will kill. This should kill, and immediately, nothing fancy, sidewall comes in, but he steals the shoes of Kunicat, and Jules runs away with the geese at game 1. Oh my god.
Wow, that was incredibly unexpected. We did hear, from the quote from Kunicat early, he has some tricks up his sleeve, but the Shaheen not doing it for him in this game 1. Could it be because of the character familiarity and the experience that Jules has going up against really strong Shaheen players?
Probably, and let's not forget, nobody expected this. This was such a curveball. Well, to be perfectly fair, we should have expected it since, Machinehead, being a geese, but nobody expected Jules to pull out something incredibly, how do I say it? It feels non-Omega at the most. At most.
Probably some blasphemy coming from Jules. But then again, Geese being a 2D character, probably this was a surprise play from Jules.
Absolutely. And another thing, that being said though, we have seen him go to the dark side every now and then. Like, we've seen him pull out the Leroy. We've always talked about it, the heel turn of the century back in Season 2. But now our Season 2 anime protagonist is back on track, but this time with a goose at his back pocket.
Right, and the Shaheen pick, I'm getting some intel here from our fellow caster. Shaheen was Kunicat's old main before Lee came out, and Kunicat didn't have a stick till he was drafted. Whoa, really? He couldn't do the slides. Now that he has a stick, he is bringing out the slides. Wow, impressive.
You gotta be kidding me. That is insane. But once again, it's one of those things, right? Like, you just have to, once again, like, Kunicat is one of those players that just faced off against adversity, and just really worked with what resources he had, and now all that hard work is paying off. Now he has to put in more hard work with this 2D pick. Once again, Jules picking 2D feels like he's psyching out Kunicat.
It really does. I mean, Kunicat does have his history with 2D characters. And, Tekken players in general, they have this, I don't know what word to use, right? But they have a mindset towards 2D players. There you go. That's a diplomatic way to say it.
A nice way to say it, yeah.
Going back to Kunicat, this is just, it's a testament to his talent as a young player, as one of the freshest faces in the Nationals, to not have a stick his whole life and to get one and to master the Shaheen slide in 2 weeks. I can't stress that enough.
Crazy. This, once again, he's a big ball of talent that's now being shaped by such capable players such as Nature Lover and Vermilion. Having those two at your side, the potential that you have will be pulled out of you. They will take it out of your guts. They will start tugging at it, try to form it into something else, and then you become fully realized as a player. And we're seeing this in progress right now with Kunicat.
Yeah, we have been following Kunicat since Challenger Series 1. He did take it But a lot has really changed here. I'm not sure if I can give this intel, but during the boot camp, Kunicat went through, just fire and flames to get molded into what he is, and he is still evolving. That's just the first game, so you have to think that Nature Lover and Vermilion are consoling Kunicat after that first loss, and he has to reset now. He has to find the right character. Probably he wasn't expecting the geese when he picked Shaheen.
Probably we might see a Marduk question mark. Possibly, we might see him just go back immediately to Kunimitsu. Probably go for and hopefully just get Infinite Azure out of nowhere if it was possible. But aside from that, you have Jules, who, by the way, like, we've always known as to be the type of person to be by the data, but the way he played this first game, the man was going for full strings. The guy was going for heavy Jakens, and I was so surprised with how pressy he was. But that being said, that is the nature of geese, and he's utilizing it to its fullest, which means he's still playing to the data. And now it's gonna be exciting what he can pull out here, because that's just one pick alone, and we don't know the full evolution of Jules yet.
I mean, anything could happen here. If Kunicat does go back to Kunimitsu and take a win versus the geese, Jules has full freedom to pick a character that he has prepared for the Kunimitsu. So right now, winning that first game and really psyching out Kunicat is paying off for Jules, and he's put himself in such a great position. He still has the geese, still a really strong character. So you can feel that there might, and look out for a little bit of mental damage in this second match unless Kunicat can somehow recover. But Jules in a great position now.
Absolutely, and oh my goodness, this is gonna be a bloodbath of a second game now, knowing that Jules has a geese. Kunicat's gonna have to pull out all the stops, all the tricks up his sleeve, because if it wasn't a hard battle to begin with, then as he's so admitted, it's gonna be much harder now that Jules is a completely different player.
And we can see probably they prepared for this match. I mean, the schedules are released a day before, so players really have a chance to develop a strategy. And yeah, for Jules and for Omega, the strategy was pulling out the geese, and we are sticking with Shaheen. And you called it. We're going to Infinite Azure.
We're sticking to Shaheen, boys, because this is gonna be Kunicat's specialty. As much as we do talk about like his spacing, he likes to play the baiting game. Once we go into Infinite Azure, he likes to play this mix-up game, but he also likes to play around the dash in mix-up from Kunimitsu, which can translate into Shaheen, considering the full crouch mix-ups that Shaheen has. So it really is gonna be really tricky here for Jules, especially in an infinite stage.
Yes, and Kunicat has always favored the infinite stages whenever he loses the first game. And yeah, getting a win here would be big for him. So far, it's been a feeling out process. There's a DF2 coming from Kunicat, catching Jules before he could do anything. Nice slide under there. Great start for Kunicat.
Absolutely, like going for the max damage there and putting Jules already at 50% health. Kunicat once again just really playing the spacing game here. Really moving back and forth, trying to go for small pokes, and then the occasional DF2, knowing when to press at the right time and finding that instant slide against Jules, who's having such a hard time already.
First time use a stick. Looks like he's been on stick forever. Actually no, first time not owning a stick. There you go. I don't want to say he hasn't used a stick, because definitely when he goes to the arcades and everything, there is a stick. But to own one finally, the Nationals making dreams come true.
Yep. This one is his baby, and he's already getting used to it. He broke in after 2 weeks, and you can see how comfortable he is using that with how well done his Shaheen combos are and how instant the slides are. But now, He's getting a bit more comfortable. Counter hit here from Jules. Going for a small combo. Not using any meter considering it is a free launcher after all. But now he has a stick of butter. Stick of butter and a half. He could possibly use it now.
Ooh.
And immediately spends it as soon as possible because he knows it's going to be up again.
Right, yeah, he's a couple of hits away from that meter. So expect if he could confirm. Ooh, nice little fake that from Kunicat. Yeah, the guaranteed follow-up. He actually telegraphed the rage drive, but he didn't push through.
Absolutely, and that's what's scary about Kunicat right now. The mix-up city, and immediately goes for the swipe. And Kunicat getting a little bit of health away, but he is in the lead in this game alone. That is not supposed to crush. I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to crush.
Matrix action that I love to call it Matrix. Another two moves with each other and miss. But here comes Jules, so he has a meter working on 2. There is the 2, but he catches him floating. And little slide under there. Kunicat though going straight for the slide because gets blocked but no punish.
Wow, brave of Kunicat to go for the interrupt, ducks and gets the wall rising too. That's there might be a robbery. Eagle Claw, Eagle Nutrients coming in for Jules, and he still has some breathing time here in game 2. But Kunicat's still in the lead. Jules might have to claw his way back up.
I mean that ender for Shaheen, a little bit execution heavy, right? You need to be in the right position. You need to time the slide after the stance. But yeah, unfortunate there for Kunicat. And here comes Jules though. Second chance at life here. He has an opportunity to go up 2-0 when it was supposed to be 1-1.
How did that Moon Slicer not hit? Are you kidding me? Harada? Hello?
Email Harada.
But right now, it really feels... What the hell, Jules? Immediate! That is insane. He goes for the reset instead. That was big brain from Jules.
Now I think Kunicat is reeling after that combo drop here. Jules is definitely taking advantage of the momentum. He gets the big counter hit combo right here. Kunicat in trouble.
And there's been a lot of Harada moments going on here in this match specifically, but it's been costing Kunicat, and now Jules gets it immediately, and that was such a comeback off of that. And honestly, that was great play from Jules. Do not discredit him
for sure,
simply because of one moment. But
for sure,
because you need the mental fortitude to come back like that, and we've talked about this before. Actually, this is a season 1 stat. Jules is literally one of the best, as we check in the highlights, literally one of the best in doing comebacks from being 2 rounds down.
And that's exactly, how the format for Tekken matches really plays in. You have that extra chance. Most fighting games, they end with 2 rounds. Tekken ends with 3. And Jules just took full advantage, right? It's like, I don't know, I don't want to use any sickness to compare. But it's like you failed an exam, but you're given a chance with a remedial activity, and you go full force. And that's what happened. And this game, again, game 1, a surprise pick with the Geese. And it looked like Kunicat was about to take game 2, honestly.
In all honesty, it seemed like Kunicat had Jules' number there. He was finding out the rhythm, and then immediately after, he was interrupting at the right times, ducking at the right times, knowing when to knowing the wake up, basically. And as you can see, it was just basically Kunicat playing the game really well, and then out of nowhere, a few unfortunate situations, and
here
Jules just gets it. Yeah, small 1 frame timing.
I wonder if he just could have gone for the 2-ender, right? Like that, the straight punch. Would that have worked? He
max damage. It was max damage that he was going for there. I could see why. I could see why, just to really make sure that was the case. But in the end, it cost him a bit. But
it cost him the game.
Yeah. That being said, we don't know if honestly, the down back 2-1, if I remember correctly, that was the input for the but the basically would actually deal as much damage as the slide ender, the surfboard ender, I mean. But now that being said, congratulations to Jules, because that's already a great win for you. And now we're gonna go on to our next match here, as Sidesteplance is coming in, and oh goodness, like we talk about Sidesteplance, this man is a big ball of positive energy. He's been a source of happiness for a lot of viewers with the way he smiles, the way he moves, the way he plays, basically. Like, it's just, he's been such a treat, and now he's gonna face off against such a very hot Jules right now.
Oh yeah, Jules coming off the win here. He has the momentum. 2-0, which by the way shoots him into first place with 11 points. Kunicat unable to get any points from that match, so he drops to second. Jules again, so strong. He brought out the geese. I don't know how many times he's brought up the geese, but there he is. And look at the chair. It looks like Lance has kitty ears, and that makes him so much cuter.
I know, right? Like, like everyone out here should, like, basically, I'm telling you guys right now, if you guys don't love Sidesteplance, you don't know what love is, guys. This man is like such a positive like force, and he's fading into the game. He's gonna possess Lee Chaolan again.
I mean, that's his signature. Somehow he has programmed his webcam to like give us that illusion. But talking about this matchup again, Jules really kind of a chance for him to school the newcomers. First he faced Kunicat, now he Sidesteplance. Like, okay, freshman, it's time to go to school. And then Kunicat and Sidesteplance are like, yes, senpai.
Okay, senpai, please be gentle, senpai. Definitely.
Notice me.
But yeah, like one of the biggest things here is like, let's see how Sidesteplance can get creative. I was actually talking about this in the pre-show. Jules, once again, is such a hard egg to crack. He is definitely like, if you are a plastic spoon and he is an ostrich egg, you are in no way cracking that unless you put enough creativity and force into it. And Sidesteplance is definitely one of the more creative players, especially with the nature of his pick, which is Lee. And once again, we all know that he doesn't play with a stick or a controller. No, it's the Matrix. He jacks it into the back of his head and he becomes Lee Chaolan.
It's motion controls. Exactly. So, you know, Lance is so versatile, not just in the game, but physically as well. So I have to ask him what his physical routine and exercise routine is. But yeah, seeing highlights right now of Jules. This is earlier today? Oh no, this was yesterday actually.
Yeah.
Jules, very, very impressive. I wonder when we're gonna see his Jin pick though, because all we've seen are his Bob and his Claudio.
Yep, Bob, Claudio, Marduk, and so far Geese. The man hasn't been pulling out the yin this entire play-ins, and I guess like that's a strategic option for him, simply because of the fact that, you know, they don't know how his Jin works yet, how it evolved. And really, how Jules plays is incredibly amazing here in Season 3. Like, we dubbed him the anime protagonist of Season 2 with how much adversity was against him and how he is already slowly clawing back. And now that he's fully adapted, Jules 3.0 is in the house.
Yeah, he got in a Saiyan pod, he flew to the planet Yardrad, and he is fully trained. But yeah, head-to-head, these matches here, you know,
Yeah.
we talk about Lance's creativity. He's only pulled out Lei once, but he's always had Lee, and it's always fun to see how he uses his character. Such a character specialist, such a pleasure to watch. This is going to be his biggest test so far.
Absolutely, and we already saw how Sidesteplance can be. Like, he is an execution machine with the way he plays Lee. He, like, every single counter hit that you have to do a lot of that he fully utilizes. Every single time the back two loops, it's been there available for him, and the way he plays around Hitman stance is there. And aside from that, he also has this capability of just basically going to town as a player with how he plays. Like, his sidesteps are on point. The way the timing of his presses are on point. When he thinks, I can power crush this, I can low crush this, I can possibly get a counter hit out of this, he just knows.
He does. And Yeah, it's that instinct, right? Sidestep Lance, though fresh to the nationals, he is a seasoned Tekken 7 veteran. He has been around. He can hang with the best, and he's showing that right now. Because currently, sitting amazingly with 8 points here. Um, we talk about midterms, and midterms are usually the hardest exams of the school year. And what a midterm Sidestep Lance has, first subject, it's Jules. And later on, he's going to be facing Machinehead, so that's going to be another huge test. But yeah, let me put you on the spot here. Who do you think takes this? I'll answer also, don't worry.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
I'll answer.
Fundamentally, like it really does go down to Jules. Like as much as I love Sidestep Lance, like this is basically how I see it. Like Jules is really down to the data, and like now he's getting a bit more aggressive, like because he knows the rules. He knows, like, you know the rules, so do I. I get to play around with it, basically.
It's the Jules rules.
It's the Jules rules.
Yeah, honestly, if I were to talk about things matchup-wise, I do have Jules edging out just a little bit. But if there's anything that we've seen throughout the first 2 days and now third day of the play-ins, anything can happen.
And anything can happen. What's your answer? But
Jules, ever so slightly. Jules just
ever so slightly, right? Like that's the thing. Like it's one of those things, right? Where it's like, do you really know? Like, do you really like? Can you say with full faith that this is the guy that's gonna win with how stacked this entire roster is? Like every single time, like they just come in and message us like, "Hey, what are your predictions? Please,
what are your predictions?
Please,
what are your predictions.
Like, please don't put me in a corner. I don't need this. Like, put that stick away. Please don't baton me. I don't.
I mean, there's a competition within competition. All the talents are actually given examinations at the end of the day. Who we think would win the entire schedule, and it's been stressful on our end too. So like,
like, get away from me. I don't want to give predictions. It really does feel like that sometimes, because once again, like it you can't really like put it down the wire with you can't really like just put it like 50-50 like that down, or 100% to this person, 100% to that person. It's always like such a coin toss for a lot of these players. And once again, like we talked about it, like Jules is a challenge. Like this is Jules' game to lose, simply because like Sidestep Lance is less proven than Jules. And two, honestly, like Sidestep Lance, Jules has proven his worth already here, like in the 3 seasons that he's in here.
Yeah, and we actually might see how that experience works out for him. But speaking of working out, we have to go on a short little break. But don't worry, after the break, we'll be back with more Nationals action. It's the second game of the day. Catch you guys in a bit.
We talked about a short break, and welcome back. This is our short break. Welcome back to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Play-ins Day 3. We're just getting started, and once again, guys, this is our second match. I mean, Sidestep Lance versus Jules. We've already like got to the talking points. We've already got like we're just waiting for the meat to cook, and the stakes are getting higher because the steak is coming in.
Yeah, it's gonna be rare. It's gonna be medium. It's gonna be a little bit of both. But yeah, we just want to see this match get started. Sidestep Lance and Jules, big test here for not just Sidestep Lance's ability, but his heart. I know that he's going to show heart. I know Jules is going to show, his really difficult to crack ostrich egg. And after this match, he looks to ostrich size Sidestep Lance. Sorry.
Oh my god, Doc, please. But yeah, like that. It's really just a test of fire here for Sidesteplance because Jules is once again like a proven veteran here in the nationals, like in this format alone, and like we've already talked about it. Like how is this gonna be? Like, do you think Sidesteplance has a special character hiding in the wings? If you think about it, he is with Maru, and Maru's been playing a lot of character bingo for a lot of these people.
I mean, I expect Maru to really rub off on Sidesteplance. Maru's personality is very infectious. The way he plays is infectious. It can affect you, both good and bad, but sometimes a bad effect can be good, especially if it's something that you are not known for. So yeah, Lance could pull out Violet. I don't know.
Completely different from Lee Chaolan, by the way.
Exactly.
Incredibly different from Lee Chaolan. And honestly, this is one of those things, right? Like with
Ready for the next battle.
likes to play around the lack of maintaining his turn, while Jules, on the other hand, plays to his own turn and D-Bell? If not, parang baka natutulog si Picasso kaya nag devil jin si Jules. My god, what is this? I've never seen this. Like, this is insane. But this is amazing, dude. This is Coach Pika has never approved of like a lot of people playing Devil Jin in terms of like when we asked him, we personally. But now seeing Jules pull it out, Coach Pika might be asleep.
Down. Tekken 7 has been out for a while, so I expect Raw Rage Art Acid Rain from right there from Sidesteplance, stealing it from Jules.
My goodness, Sidesteplance, like really familiar with the Devil Jin here, but Jules with this Devil Jin pick is still throwing me off. Like, we already saw the Geese, that was so not the Omega way, and then now you come in with this. And that's what this day has been full of surprises. And Sidesteplance right now, like trying to surprise the crowd with like how the stats are against him in terms of talent picks.
I mean, 80 to 20%. It's gonna be hard. Nice little counter there from Jules. First health sweep of the game here. Going to get a little extra damage because he's up against the wall with that Heaven's Door. Good block there from Sidesteplance. Can he pull off another miracle here? Whoa! Can he get something out of this? Oh, no, almost dead.
That was scary. Infinite kicks, minus 14 on hit, but it doesn't matter! And the Wall Rising 4, finishing the whole Tsunami kick, is Jules. And let's see how Jules can do this, because this is crazy right now, guys. I have not seen a man like Jules pull out something as terribly scary as a Devil Jin, but now Sidesteplance just really showing, hey, I'm really familiar with this matchup, by the way. You shouldn't throw me off like that.
I mean, Devil Jin is definitely one of the most used characters in the game. Lance does have that experience again. We talked about him being a veteran here, but Jules being a Nats veteran, 113 flash punch punish right there. Blocks the rage charge, or the rage drive, sorry. Good little duck.
Round 4.
Beautiful duck. Fully aware of like the finishing of the Acid Rain here, and this is such a fast-paced match, by the way, guys. Like, if you've noticed, like we've been rapid firing our words simply because of how fast everything's going on. Like, despite the fact that we were thinking, oh, this is gonna be fundamentally great because it's gonna be a lot of spacing and poking. No, everyone's going all out, and Jules right now is just going. Like, it's going to the wall, but immediately gets a steel pedal, putting Sidesteplance to the wall, heaven denied, and 50% immediately out the door.
I like the patience on the wake up of Lance. No, block, while rising too, but the pickup right now from Jules. Can go for big damage or a setup. Setup is the name of the game.
Oh, what a whiff! punish from Jules!
Ooh, the rave kick in reaction to the whiffed rage drive.
Wraith kick
Is
is
this
insane.
is this Wraith kick? Is this Jules?
Wraith kick
Or is
is
that-
insane.
Or is that
It is
Jules
Jules.
disguise?
It has to be Jules. Like what? Like, he just rips out his skin suit and reveals L underneath.
he can pull it off. But wow, what an impressive Devil Jin from Jules. This is a side of Jules that we've never seen, and going back to the theme of evolution here, Jules showing us a thing or two. Like, he can turn things up, he can go straight out all offense, and he can just smother you and oppress.
I cannot believe how, like, that pick, like, even more so than the geese. But then, again, once again, it's one of those, right? You do have the comfort of being able to throw your opponents off. You're not showing your main hand, which is the Jin.
Oh yeah.
This Jin is not coming out. I feel like this Jin's not coming out this entire play-in. Like, you want to see the Jin, I feel like it's not gonna come out. We might even see him pull out some things like Paul. We might see him pull things out like more Claudio, possibly some Marduk again. And it really does look like, or maybe something straight out of Pika's book, which is something like the Steve.
I mean, I just got a news flash that Pika is now officially a Devil Jin main. I mean, take it for what it is, but it is showing with Jules' performance here. Two surprise picks throughout the day, definitely throwing us, and I'm sure the viewers, organizers, everyone's being thrown off right now with what Jules is showing us. But it is incredible. It's incredible to witness. Sidesteplance, so needs to step up. He was doing pretty well. I think that was a 3 rounds to 2 first game.
Yeah. Like, di pala natutulog si Pika. He became the Devil Jin. He woke up one day and thought, "Hey Jules, you want to play Devil Jin?" Like, just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, this is one of those, right? It's one of the, once again, like the path to surprises here in our Liga ng mga Kampiyon. It's one of, and we want to know what Sidesteplance has in store here. Is he gonna go to Forgotten Realm? No, that might give Devil Jin an advantage.
No, he is.
He's going for it. He's going for it. What a madman!
I mean, calculated risk here. He has to watch out for all the more he has to watch out for those hell sweeps and any combo starters from Devil Jin.
Absolutely. Like, the hell sweep becomes more dangerous. The
Round 1.
every single combo that Devil Jin has becomes more dangerous simply because of the wall ender, which is the heaven denied. Or you could even use it as the combo ender itself. But let's not forget that's also the case for Li Chaoran. So this might not actually be a bad pick. Ooh, simply because of how comfortable he is, and a reset from the madman, putting Jules immediately at rage.
Ooh, and that extra little poke kick there, and wow, Sidesteplance coming out, guns a-blazing. I mean, he dropped his first combo, but he had the blessing to go for a second chance. But picking up while rising to finding its marker. Here comes Jules. No, he doesn't continue. Not confident with ending that combo, and he gets another counter hit anyways. One good drop. Good combo.
Yep, and a wall rising 2 to slot to the wall, and another, and look at the damage just piling up and ending it with a hell sweep.
Round 3.
Big damage hell sweep, by the way. Like, people talk about, oh, it doesn't knock down anymore if you go hell sweep 4-4, but it doesn't matter because that's a +6 move, guys. And immediately counter hit pedal. Sidesteplance is in trouble right now if he gets caught with all these counter hits.
Right, Jules really playing off his momentum from the second round. Lance having a hard time recovering here, trying to just, calm things down right now in the neutral. Backing off when necessary, and Jules now showing his standard defensive play. Look at the defense and the punish. Oh my goodness, Jules playing so strong.
Frame perfect punishes from the Iron Wall. That's what we know about Jules, and he's utilizing it to its fullest. Sidesteplance trying to get creative with how he's gonna steal the turn. It's not gonna work this time. And Jules just going at it. Look how forward he is against Sidesteplance. He knows he has the aggression ready. He knows this is the nature of Devil Jin himself. And Sidesteplance already by the wall, trying to go for the slide there, but Jules sees it from a mile away.
Yeah, and Lance, you're having trouble getting things started, and Jules is having no problem at all denying the door to heaven right there. And he is going to close it out in spectacular fashion. What a way to
My
end.
goodness, those Jules just knows. Jules just knows. And with that Devil Jin, that's another thing you have to keep track of. We've already seen him pull out like a proficient geese with resets, by the way. He knows how to do the resets. And now, this time he has a Devil Jin, as we could see here in the highlights, how scary that could possibly be.
I mean, this is exactly what it feels like when you study all your notes, but the questions that come out in the examination are not there. Like, they're totally different. And Jules did that with this Devil Jin pick. And being the play-ins and being in the position that he is in, he can take these risks. It's high risk, high reward, pull out characters that you've never really shown these guys before. And wow, Jules, 6 points.
It really is. Like, ending the day at 6 points. Good stuff there from Jules. And honestly, this is one of those things that just such a curveball. Like, I have nothing to say about it because I've never seen Jules pull out the Devil Jin before.
Evolution. It's a mystery. And Jules is now up 14 points and sitting pretty in first place. What a day for Jules.
Like, even up against somebody like Sidesteplance. Sidesteplance is no slouch. There's a reason why his day 1 and 2 were some of the best we've seen here in the Nationals. But now Jules is finding his rhythm in an environment that he wasn't used to. Now he's getting better and better. And this time it's been paying off so well. We've seen the results, and we're probably going to see it continuing on forward for play-ins and possibly the group stage and possibly the playoffs.
And it's just exciting to see. I mean, Jules, so much in common. I mean, so much more that he can do. But up next, it's the second major examination for Kunicat because he's going up against BRE Maru.
Yep, and there it is, Kunicat with the Kunimitsu. We've seen him pull out the Shaheen just a match before, the Sidesteplance and Jules match, in which like he had to face off against the Geese. But now let's see what he has in store for Maru.
Well, if the surprise Geese earlier was hard to predict, it's much harder to predict what Maru is going to do with his bag of characters. His mainstays for the Nationals have always been these three, but he's added so many more. And I think this is kind of like a new metagame developing here in the Nationals, where expand your roster and make it more difficult for your opponents to prepare for you. And so far, it's been working well.
Been working well indeed. And honestly, like, that was only his season 1 picks that we've seen there with the Dragunov, the Kazumi, the Lars. We haven't even seen his others, such as Anna, which really did so much work for him back in season 2, and we might actually even see more of that. As you could see, Kunicat and Maru just fade into the ether.
I mean, yeah, it's like, I'm here, I'm gone, it's time to go to work. But yeah,
just fade away like that.
I wish we could do that. We can actually.
Yeah, we just fade out and peace out. But really, like, teleportation is no joke, guys. Like, we now have 2 people who can do teleportation. We were seeing the superpowers coming out slowly for all our players here.
And what superpower do you have in store for this season, young Rafiki?
My superpower is trying to survive the year.
Of course, this is going to be a tough year for our players as well. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Nationals Tekken 7 Conference Play-ins Day 3. It's midterms, and for the players who are in bottom 2, this is probably make or break day. They have to get at least 4 points daily to not even guarantee not getting eliminated, right? But this is it. This is the time. We're already halfway. We will be eliminating 2 players Wednesday next week.
And if you're halfway there, you gotta live on a prayer.
On a prayer, yes.
That's definitely that's definitely the case here for a lot of these players. And honestly, it's the competition has been tough from day one, and it's not easy for any of these players to just cruise through. They can't just look at the schedule and think, oh, I'm just gonna play the bare minimum. Not everyone's given their 100%. Everybody's been doing a lot of these crazy strategies, seeing which ones would work, which ones don't, and just go back to the drawing board. But every single time, it has been 100%. It's crazy, really.
And the 100% from Jules today is amazing. I have to stress, none of the other players have changed in standings. Jules has just skyrocketed himself. He denied 2 points or even 1 point to both Kunicat and Sidesteplance. He literally left all the other players in the dust today.
Absolute denial, which means Sidesteplance and Kunicat have to work harder now up against their opponents here, with being Kunicat being against Maru, Sidesteplance against Machinehead, and it's not even going to be 100%. They have to pull out 1,110% basically against them.
That's tough. And here we go, the Kunimitsu coming out, and a Steve Fox from Maru.
Absolutely amazing from Maru, playing all these characters at a high level. And now this is going to be in the Vermilion Gates, which is technically Kunimitsu's home court, but not Kunicat's home court. Like, the man prefers long walks on the beach, but of course a romantic date in Japan isn't too bad either.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to go to Japan.
The cool intro. You get the cool intro? Yo, that is so cool.
And we are split right now with this 50-50 for the talent picks.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those matches. And look at this. Like, Kunicat has the coolest intro on earth, and Maru comes out, and Steve comes in with no shirt in his boxing gear, like scaring all the people away from this party.
I mean, yeah, the Japanese do have problems with men in their boxer shorts in the outdoors, especially in a Hanami viewing area.
Absolutely. Like, and you can see how Maru's already having a hard time trying to defend against Kunicat here. But goes for the off time there, like, throws Kunicat off, thinking when to press, thinking when not to press, and Maru just steals the round immediately with that Sonic Drive.
I mean, the extremely fast Sonic Drive really taking it there for Maru. And really interesting that he's going with Steve against such a mobile character, because with the changes, or dare I say nerfs to Steve this season, it might be hard for him to crack Kunicat.
Don't say Steve nerfs, you might make kids cry. Like,
I think he is now.
Like, I think he, like, somewhere out there he's crying, but right now, like, Kunicat is gonna be by the wall. Maru not dashing in further to get that balcony break, but instead gets the wall damage anyways. Kunicat is now at 1% health, basically. That's gonna hard splat, and this might be it. One more combo, one more mix-up after this, and it will kill!
Oh no! He drops there at the end. I'm not sure if that final hit would have killed here, but Maru, escaping with his life, now has a 2-round lead here. But Kunicat actually, doing all he can with the sidewalks and sidesteps.
Oh my goodness, this is another thing about Steve. The combo ender for that is a lot of albatross spinning, and it gets a little tricky, so Maru accidentally backsways. Like, you can't blame him, and immediately, like, steals it up with Kunicat. 3 rounds to none. No round brown here from Maru.
That was rough. What a rough day it has been so far. For Kunicat, going up against the Titans, really. of the nationals, Maru pulling out the Steve here. Very impressive. It looked like he made Steve look amazing in that game, despite all his despite some execution errors along the way.
Absolutely, and it really does look like Maru is comfortable with the Steve, because you saw what he did. He did the Shiro combo that Kid has been talking about in day 2, how that is such a hard combo to land. The DF2 counter hit. You have like either a guaranteed follow-up, or you're gonna try to go for the harder combo, and it becomes incredibly tricky to play around it, considering there's a lot of buttons to press just for 56 points of damage. And it's one of those, and Maru almost got it, and then like flubs the ender with like a backsway. But to be honest, you can't fault him, because once again, it's one of those execution heavy combos.
Oh yeah, and things definitely worked out for him. Unexpected pick. He caught Kuni. I'm about to say Kunimitsu. He caught Kunicat off guard. And now Kunicat, he has to reach down deep, because this is his last game of the day. He has not gotten a single point. He is still sitting in second place, but with that one game win, Maru gets at least 1 point to tie things up with Kunicat.
And let's not forget, in the match alone, the match itself, Kunicat actually was caught like pressing a little too many buttons. There's a lot of counter hits that Maru got, and that's why he's like, if you could see, he has his phone with him. He's consulting both Signal Ultra Warriors, both Vermilion and Nature Lover. How is he gonna adjust? What did they notice that he didn't? Of course, like, the benefit of having spectator Sharingan is great when you are the coach there. And of course, he's gonna stick with the Kunimitsu as per usual and go to Infinite Azure.
This is his comfort pick. Going to use that space there to move as freely as he can be. And of course, deny Steve any extra wall damage combos. But still, he has to watch out for all of Steve's counter hits. Probably he might be a little bit more cautious in his approach.
Absolutely, and with Infinite Azure, you get that benefit of being more cautious, simply because of, once again, the long walk on the beach. You get a lot of space to work around, but immediately, instead of space, he's going for the brawl, going into Maru's face, but Maru responds in time.
I mean, this is actually good for Maru, because Steve really wants to be up there with you, trading the blows, and that is translating right now, because Maru has the life lead, and there is one of those rare launchers, but he drops right there. Maru would still shaky on the execution, but it doesn't really matter, because he has the life lead here. A nice little Wild Rising 1 goes out the round.
I saw him try to go for the punish against the Crescent Moon sweep, but just a little bit short, a few pixels away to get that punish, and instead he does get that Wild Rising afterwards. But Maru is incredibly patient here against Kunicat, and just really trying to find his timing. And immediately Kunicat gets that Crescent Moon strike that he needed so much in this match.
I mean, big damage right there for Kunicat, and this is actually how he wants to play the game now. Get the life lead, go back, move back, go in and out, and no break there on the grab, closing it out with a beautiful patented ninja drop.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. You gotta think like a boxer when fighting a boxer. You go in and out, you bob and weave. If you have, like, you gotta try to play the rope-a-dope if you can, but aside from that, Maru is just keeping up with Kunicat though, despite that, and Kunicat does have to mix up as much as possible.
And eating one too many jabs, and there's the back one counter hit. Steve special. Maru looking so strong. Nice little patience there from Kunicat, but gets punished going for that little hop. Kunicat, last breath probably.
Yeah, going for those little Hail Mary plays, but once again, like, the biggest thing that Kunicat loves to do are these grab mix-ups, but he's looking for the space to do so. What was that? How come that didn't hit? And now Kunicat gets that and immediately gets the round, despite the fact that his load didn't hit because of an off-axis moment.
Kunicat can definitely do this now, despite Maru actually I think he has pretty good control of the straight up face up game. But Kunicat being so elusive here, always finding his hits, able to get a bunch of grabs mix up here, back turn. And the slide mix-ups or the dash mix-ups are coming.
Yep, and this is it. This is where Kunicat thrives when the grab mix-ups are being used. He never got to do that against Jules, and now with Maru, he's slowly getting into the rhythm again. He is in rage. He can rob this round if he uses it right, but immediately spends it, tries to get his turn against Maru, and now Maru is working against small moves and poking Kunicat down, and he gets that round, gets that game. And Kunicat goes away with no points.
He could not grab a single point today. He couldn't buy a point right now, if we're talking about like basketball expressions. But yeah, Maru, second guy, getting 3 points right there with this Steve. And let's look at that again through the highlights, because this Maru Steve was very impressive today.
Absolutely, and we saw the bright spots that Kunicat had. We saw how crazy he can still be with the Kunimitsu, but in the end, like, Maru just got the right things at the right time and caught Kunicat pressing at the most inopportune times, getting these free counter hits every single time.
Playing Steve like he is supposed to be played, yes. Just go for the pokes, really use your safe moves and find those counter hit conversions. Of course, Steve, not really one of the best when it comes to launching opponents, but he can really whittle down at your life with a couple of 1-2 punches, going high, going low, and the occasional counter hit. Kunicat, though, he was in that fight. The stage select really helped him a lot, but he really played up close. He was very comfortable using the slide mix-ups. But yeah, Maru just really holding on.
And when the grabs were coming in, it really benefited Kunicat, but in the end, Maru really just didn't give him any space to think about the grabs, think about the other options that you have, simply because of how overwhelming Steve is. That's just the nature of Steve. He will come in and try to drown you as much as possible. And congratulations to Maru for getting 3 points. And that's Kunicat's day 3 going away with no points at all.
And yeah, probably he might need a little bit of a recess to just calm down and come back strong tomorrow. And speaking of recess, we're gonna go on a quick little recess. When we come back, we're gonna have the 4th, 5th, and 6th matches of the day. So stay right there, guys. We'll see you in a few minutes. At nagbabalik tayo dito sa Nationals, Dr. Jimmy here with Young Rafiki. We've had 3 matches of fresh faces of rookies being put to the test by 2 of the mainstays of the Nationals. We saw Kunicat go up against Jules, and if I'm not mistaken, Maru and Sidesteplance go up against Jules, and they have come out empty-handed so far. Young Rafiki, what's going on?
Kunicat and Sidesteplance against Jules was definitely like such a test, and it really just showed that 2 things. 1, Jules is definitely a force to be reckoned with, especially now in the 3rd season, now that he's evolved. And 2, Sidesteplance and Kunicat, despite their starting strengths, still have so much to work for in terms of having to deal with these guys.
I mean, Kunicat and Sidesteplance have yet to win a single game against these guys. Sidesteplance is going to have another chance, but he is going to go and face Machinehead, who was the first draft pick in the Nationals, first overall pick. And this is how he's been doing so far. 55% win rate. He brought out the geese yesterday, or not yesterday, the other day, day 2. And it looks as scary as it has always been. Who's he gonna pick today to go up against this Li Shaolan? We don't know. But who is our other player?
Of course, Sidesteplance right here, right in. And of course, we've seen how he... Good God. Lee and Violet are 2 completely... I don't know what you guys are thinking, but they are... Other people think that they're the same person. No, dude. Look at the hair color. They're completely different. And the entire Omega family right here at the back. Like, we're here with Machinehead. And Sidesteplance over here, like, saying his highs and hellos. He's about to jack in And look at that. Oh, they're trying to fuse. They're trying to fuse.
They're trying to fuse, but a little bit of uncoordination.
The dimensions are mixing. Like what direction Sidestep Lance was supposed to throw, the portal went to the other side, and that's what Machinehead saw. As you saw, there were fingers coming out on the other side there.
True. But going back to this match, this is going to be a battle of draftees.
I can't reach you. I
Just
can't
there.
reach you.
Battle of the draftees. Machinehead and Sidesteplance. Machinehead, the grizzled veteran, dominated season 1. Sidesteplance, the upstart, the man who has captured all our hearts. Big test for him today. Let's see how he does.
Oh, definitely. And once again, like with Jules, we know him as the Iron Wall of Defense, in Iron Fortress, I mean, and he is one of those uncrackable, down to the data kind of guys. We know how he can be incredibly defensive down to a T.
Right.
But Machinehead, on the other hand, like as stoic as he is, the nature of like the characters he plays, for example, the Elisa, which is basically his true main at this point.
New character.
Yeah, like it truly is his true main. If we think about it, considering he pulled it out in season 1 playoffs, conference 2, and also using it a lot back in the Challenger series. This is where the Machinehead goes into, and the nature of his characters are a bit more crazy-ish. And let's see how those chainsaws are going to be utilized against Sidestep Lance, because Sidestep Lance just immediately sidesteps it true to his name.
Yeah, and immediately punishing that with an acid rain. And again, he's bringing out a new character.
Yep, absolutely. Guys, Violet is a completely different character. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but immediately Machinehead goes for a launcher as soon as possible to stop Sidestep Lance's onslaught, and look at these chainsaws! Just robbing the man! Machinehead broke into Sidestep Lance's house and brought a chainsaw. I don't think you'd wanna not give him money at that point.
He literally put up a stop sign, like, you are no longer taking any more of my life. And he just drained the Sidestep Lance and his Violet for that round. So that was an amazing flurry there from Machinehead. But here comes Sidestep Lance now, dropping the combo there. Power Crush gets blocked. Still Punisher. Here come the chainsaws.
And if I remember correctly, these chainsaws are stupid safe basically here, and that's what Machinehead is fully utilizing. Loose parts, that is gonna be dead because you still have a screw afterwards. You go to the wall, it's not gonna splat. Oh my goodness, this might be a second chance of life for Sidestep Lance, and immediately gets the wall combo and gets a comeback of his own.
Sidestep Lance with the clutch low parry. We've seen it so many times, but every time it happens, it's just so hype. Wow, what a finish for Sidestep Lance.
Sidestep Lance is one of those guys that could just get out of any bad situation. And against Machinehead, he needs to make sure that gets utilized fully. As Machinehead here is putting Sidestep Lance near the balcony break. You don't want to be in that spot whatsoever. And Machinehead now getting those chainsaws in, going for the slide. There's the low. Is he gonna break? No break on the Machinehead.
Get it back, Lance. Get it back. The head explosion there is sealing it for Machinehead. And I think, Lance was really just focusing on not getting wall splatted to the point where he wasn't able to react to getting Machinehead's head.
Yep, definitely. And Sidestep Lance a little too nice, not giving the head back, but oh my goodness, Sidestep Lance can't deal with these chainsaws. Machinehead is fully utilizing this Elisa with such little moves.
Very effective. I mean, if you put the chainsaw anyone, that will definitely drain so much of their life. And Machinehead with a very dominant first game against Sidestep Lance. Not a single win yet for our 2-star rookies. And it's tough. It's tough. I mean, they are facing two very strong veterans of the Nationals. Machinehead just returning this season, but it looks like Machinehead has not skipped a beat.
My goodness. And once here, like as you can see, as to quote Raf, the left side of wisdom. Machinehead still consulting his left side of wisdom, and Sidesteplance getting the few words of encouragement, talking about strategy, and of course, like these guys have such amazing, how do I describe it? Like such amazing support groups. Each of these franchises, if you think about it, you look at Sidesteplance, he has that. He's under the hands of Coach Mouts and of course his teammate Maru. With Machinehead, you have Pika and Jules, and these are great ways to just mold yourself and good ways to adjust, because these guys have good eyes and they can tell you what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right, and what do you want to keep doing and what you should not keep doing.
True, and can Sidesteplance gather that knowledge and apply it? Because it's one thing to be coached, it's one thing to be told what needs to be done, what you have to do, what you have to stop doing, but that's only 50, or I would say 40% of the coaching process. The rest is really executing, performing, setting it in your mind, equipping that knowledge and executing it, and that's harder to do. And some of the greatest players are able to just switch up their game once they're told something, and I think Sidesteplance is capable of that.
Absolutely, and let's see what that strategy change is, because Sidesteplance was pressing a little too much during the chainsaws. I guess like that was one thing pointed out, and another would probably be, well, basically make sure that he doesn't get to do that ever again. And Forgotten Realm is one way to do it. You just practically use the floor break damage to just put Machinehead at the wall and just oppress him from there.
And we might be seeing an oppression session here on the Forgotten Realm. That is specialty number 2 here. And Machinehead opening up, but unable to complete the combo. Gets a big launch. What can he do to break the floor? There you go, up against the wall, and the floor has been broken. So much damage now. Chainsaws are out. Watch out.
Oh my goodness, there it is. The chainsaw's been coming out,
Woo!
and of course, Sidesteplance trying to get out of the wall here, but once again, he's been put into the corner. But we've seen this before. We've seen him rob Machinehead before, and let's see how he's gonna do it now. Oh my God! But the sidewall saves Machinehead. There's the slide though, and both of them are now at the rage. Who's gonna go for the mix-up first?
Oh, excellent timing there from Sidesteplance. We thought we were going to be denied a Sidesteplance comeback with that sidewall, but Sidesteplance didn't do.
Oh my goodness, catching the backdash of Machinehead there. And okay, punish that low. Good stuff here from Sidesteplance. And Machinehead once again pulling out the chainsaws, but Sidesteplance getting a little more patient, punishing the power crush this time, and going for the slide, and Machinehead now at 50% health.
Beautiful adjustment there from Sidesteplance. First time he was able to withstand the chainsaw onslaught and even get Alyssa to put him away. Rage Drive being spent now from Machinehead, but he is caught floating. Can Lance finish this?
The man stole the turn and immediately gets the round, and Machinehead will not appreciate that. Let's see how Machinehead is going to come from here.
We still have one more floor break here, so look for Sidesteplance to get a hit. But Machinehead though, he's not going to make it easy for Sidesteplance. He might try to find the floor break himself here, but he might not need it because the life lead is in his favor.
Oh my goodness, and Machinehead here does have the life lead, keeping it kosher, and Sidesteplance once again in rage. But don't duck at the wall, sir. There's a billion mid options out there as Machinehead gets it. And that should be a message for him there. But that being said, Sidesteplance going for the slide.
I mean, that is one of the mix-ups really. When you are down to just one more hit, you have to choose between a mid and a low. Speaking of, we are going down low to the final floor. No more floor breaks. The wall bounce here for Machinehead. Chainsaws are out. Good block there from Sidesteplance. Able to live through. Can he make another comeback here?
Oh, let's see indeed. But no, instead goes for something unsafe, and Machinehead gets the punish. And now down to final round right here at the bottommost of the Forgotten Realm where the flames are still going. And Machinehead's engine is getting hot, but immediately breaks the grab, and Sidesteplance tries to get breathing room here.
he does have a bit of breathing room now. He has fought right out of the wall. But, you know, Machinehead pushing him right back. Here come the chainsaws again. What can Sidesteplance do? He takes a hit. The chainsaw dive, chainsaw to the ground. Oh my goodness, Sidesteplance could not weather the storm.
And our strong rookies, our rookies who came in at day 1 and day 2 looking like gods, get dragged down with 0 points, while Machinehead here is given some love to the camera, doing a few antics here and there. But honestly, it was tricky for Sidesteplance. Those chainsaws, like, you think it's your turn, it's not. It's honestly not.
And let's take a look at that in the highlights here. It looked like Sidesteplance had the answer to the chainsaws in the second game, but in the first game, right, you know, he surprised us with a different character. Wink, wink. But then in the first round, like, Machinehead just set the tone with the Alyssa chainsaws, and that there's a patented Sidesteplance comeback there. He had a lot of opportunities, but even not able to return the head here because he was really afraid to get knocked down.
Oh, definitely. There was so much he had to think about. And this is what happens when Machinehead gets his momentum. Like, the man builds up and the man just uses it so well. But on the other hand, Sidesteplance had these flashes of brilliance, that rage drive at the end of the first round for game 2, using all this comeback factor. And this is why we hold him in such high regard. And Machinehead, on the other hand, keeps himself grounded. The man is stoic at all times, and it's showing here.
And honestly, you know, Sidesteplance, he looked really good there in that second game, but he just got literally blended. But speaking of newcomers, we're gonna have Maru going up against SEO's Gold Standard, BRE Pro's Maru, STIE Olympians Gold Standard coming up next.
Oh, definitely. And you can see here with Maru in our player profiles, the man has a billion picks up his sleeve. Here with the Kazumi, Dragunov, and Lars, we've seen this more on Season 1. And like, we already know, like, his Season 3 is going to be crazy. But let's see what Gold Standard has in store for us.
I mean, Gold Standard, known for his Leo. He did pick Jin once, but it's always been his mainstay, that Leo pick. Not necessarily going for super high damage launch combos, but really just mixing you up with the highs and lows, getting all the counter hits here and there they are. Wow. Maru vying for the spot as the third heartthrob as it passed down. But yeah, these are two really strong players. Gold Standard finally getting some recognition in the pro scene.
Oh, absolutely. And Gold Standard is one of those guys that you can't help but root for. Basically, he's amazing. He's amazing in what he does, and you could tell that with the way he plays, the man works as hard as possible to constantly improve. Actually, that applies to all these players here.
Oh yeah,
they've always been given the, no matter what circumstances, every single time we see them play here, they've been getting better and better at Tekken.
And I am excited to see how much better the Gold Standard has gotten in the 2 weeks building up to the play-ins. Again, this is the third day of the Nationals Tekken Conference play-ins. We have 2 more days left of games, including today 3, but it's crunch time. It's time to get your clutch on, because if every game counted in the first day, this time every point is going to count. Because if you look at our bottom 4, I mean, it's in proper order: 1 point, 2 point, 3 points, 4 points. It's really close. By Wednesday, 2 players are going out. Gold Standard fighting 4th from the bottom. He needs a big day today, and he's going to be tested as well.
Absolutely. And now we're gonna get into that match here. We don't know what Maru's gonna pull out here against Gold Standard, but we do know Gold Standard's gonna stick with the Leo. And here it is, the Brian being pulled out here in the Precipice of Fate. A fairly small stage. You don't really have much to think about. It's fair. Like, there's probably the issue of sidewall considering the roundness. But aside from that, it really is gonna be a test of metal here for Gold Standard, because every single day this man's being tested, and Maru is one of the harder tests out there.
I mean, this is midterms, and Maru, one of the newest inductees to hashtag Barangay Brian, and he's been representing them very well. But so far, down in life here. Gold Standard looking pretty strong, gets the wall bounce. I love the little adjustment on the combo to get as much damage as he can. Try to close it out. Maru cannot make the comeback.
Absolutely beautiful from Gold Standard, keeping it disciplined, keeping it stoic, and immediately tries to put pressure on Maru as much as he can. Maru going for a small low kick there, losing his turn but getting some damage. Gold Standard right now spacing himself out. There's the back one from Maru. That's incredibly plus. No one will dare to press against that. But of course, Gold Standard being poked down here by Maru with really small moves, but it's piling up.
I mean, Gold Standard is actually coming into this match with a lot of momentum here. 20 straight wins with this Leo. Is he gonna break that 2-game win streak from Maru here? I mean, he is in definite position. A little bit more he is in Rage, but Maru slowly approaching Rage himself. We've seen Maru use the Rage Drive. Great effect with the Brian. But right now, 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left. Gold Standard has Rage. There's the... Oh my goodness! The Hell Sweep gets taken out. And Maru gets the round. And once again, patient play from both players. And we talked about Maru and patience, right? But the one thing I really want to point out is his low defense. We've talked about it in Season 1. We've talked about it in Season 2. And it's still on point. The back 4 though from Maru.
On point and not missing a beat. Maru just absolutely turning it on in that third game after blocking 2 hell sweeps in a row. Gets a huge counter hit here. Knee. Into the wall we go. On into the knee. Gold Standard on the ropes.
Oh no, back 4 again! That's dead! That is dead!
Where did that come from, young Rafik?
That's just the wall pressure that Brian gives. You want to think about the taunt. You want to think about the back 4. A lot of these the taunt can lead into a back 4. The taunt can lead into a jet upper. If not of those, then if you press at the wrong time, then you're gonna get hit with a back 4, which guarantees a jet upper anyways. And that's exactly what happened there. Maru's Brian is getting stronger and stronger, and the man's gonna break out of Bren headquarters, and he's just gonna jet upper poor bystanders the way he plays it.
My goodness. I mean, the first round was just so slow, so calculated. Poking from Gold Standard, it looked like he was in control. But come second round, Maru just somehow flipped the switch and he became Brian, and he just melted the life from Leo. That was so fast. Like, slow first round. 3 rounds, we're done. 1-0.
I've never seen such a fast, it starts off with so slow, right? It starts off with just pokes, incredibly disciplined play, and then out of nowhere, big damage comes in, and it's like, oh my god.
Maru, and not a single game has been won by our 3 newcomers so far. Gold Standard is the last hope for the 3 rookies here in the Nationals. Can he take one home for the New Bloods? So far, Maru denying that. That was a crazy first game.
Speaking of denial, his lobby wins are now reduced back to 0.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, who is that poor soul? I have no idea. Who was that poor soul that had to face off Gold Standard in lobbies? 20 wins? You gotta be kidding me, man.
I mean, I'm sure someone in the chat has that story. Like, hey, I played Gold Standard last night in a death match, and he 20 owed me. And then now he probably must be happy if finally the streak is broken. My blemish is gone from the earth.
Absolutely, and now we will remember that here in Infinite Azure. Yes, you do sacrifice wall damage for Leo, but Gold Standard loves the spacing anyways, and you don't want to be up against Brian in the wall game anyways. So let's see how Maru can adjust to this, while Gold Standard on the other hand is gonna have to play the spacing game really well here.
Here we go again, starting off slow, but this can pick up. Probably not as fast as the first game because, you know, for the lack of walls. But Brian's still really potent even when there are no walls.
Absolutely. But we're seeing the pokes here from Leo be like starting to pile up. There it is. After a hatchet kick, it's gonna be the down 4. And that's punishable. That's minus 13. And immediately, instead of missing the punish, Gold Standard tries to steal the turn and gets the launcher, gets the kill.
That's probably the first launcher there for Gold Standard this entire game. But if anything, you know, look for Maru to pick things up again. I'm sure he's adjusting to the infinite stage. The sidewalk and nothing. Sidewalk into nothing. The respect that he has right now for Gold Standard.
Absolutely, there it is, the guarantee after the QCB 2-4, and he's trying to reach in, trying to hit confirm that, and Gold Standard right now just keeping itself patient. Like there's a brawl, they go back and forth, they go back in, and then Maru trying to go for that forward 4-1. I'm pretty sure that was gonna be it, and immediately Gold Standard responds.
I really have to credit the defense here from both these players, really preventing any sort of momentum except there. It looks like this second round is going to end like the first with Gold Standard finding the exact same launcher.
Is Gold Standard gonna be the one guy who's gonna get a rookie? Is gonna be the one rookie that's gonna get a point today, or is Maru gonna make a 3-round comeback? Let's see. But so far, trying to hit confirm that QCB2 once again. But look at that counter hit and the poke, the guaranteed afterwards hurts so much.
Oh, the block there this time. Maru going to block the low after the follow-up. But here comes Gold Standard though. Trying to close it out. Yes, he does. Put one win on the board for the Kohais, for the freshmen, for the rookies. Gold Standard has delivered one win and staves off a 0-2 day. So he's going to go up in the points just a little. He's going to he's still in 4th from the bottom, but he's a little bit higher now because he got that single point.
And let's see if that momentum builds up. Once again, that engine needs to start pumping, right? That engine these brains need to start going at it. Because once you build momentum is one of those, how do I describe it? Non-concrete benefits that you have as a fighter, and you know this so well, Doc. How momentum can really affect the mindset of a player.
I mean, once you get that momentum, you become more confident. You start to make decisions immediately compared to when you are not confident and you second guess yourself. Now, there are times that it brings you great results, but then there are times where it actually derails you because your trail of thinking is different from how you normally would if you are in a neutral state. So momentum can be both good and bad, but while you have it, ride it while you can, and now Gold Standard has to ride on it.
And also, the stage change really benefited Gold Standard. I did forget this, and thank you for reminding me, kid, that the taunt setup combos are gone. Or at least, the options for taunt disappear once the wall disappears, too. Yeah. So there's no more taunt back 4, there's no more... the little taunt jet upper still exists, but it's much, much harder to set it up in an infinite stage. But let's see if Maru sticks with the Brian, or is he gonna go for somewhere else? But instead, he goes to Mishima Dojo, where the walls are back and the taunts become more dangerous than ever.
And this is the luxury of winning the first game, because you have the opportunity, should you lose the second, to put yourself in a much better position come third game. And now the shirt is off. This is Zombie Maru here with the Zombie Brian.
Yep. Gold Standard killed the Brian, and now he comes back as Vengeful Zombie. And now a poke war once again coming out. Punishable, that is, and immediately Maru is gonna have a hard time here if he gets pushed to the wall, but immediately fights back. No punish though.
Right, actually building a bit of momentum here for Maru. Oh, nice little punish there off the hop kick. Maru now looking to build on the plus frames, on the advantage, but life is pretty even between these two players. Actually, neutral we go.
Absolutely, and once again, both of them a single mix-up away from rage, and immediately hatchet kick puts Gold Standard in rage. He's actually aggressing despite the fact he's at 1 health. Low parry to the wall, rage art, and Gold Standard gets the first round here.
Clutch low parry.
Round
Every
two.
single time it looks so great. Gold standard on the go.
Oh,
right back.
my goodness. Maru with a low parry back. He was the low parry king of the first 2 seasons. And now Maru moving himself in. There's the dab. Maru at a small life deficit and immediately gets a sidestep jet upper.
Big combo conversion right here coming from Maru. And pushing gold standard into dangerous territory up against the wall. Oh! Nice little counter there from gold standard. Spends the blue stuff, but now has to play as honest as he can. He has been caught.
Round three.
Caught indeed, and now it is 1 round apiece. This has been one of our closest matches here in day 3. Looking like it's gonna be candidate for match of the day with how these two play. The back and forth is getting really, really good. Hatchet kick. There's a mid. There's the 3+4, and gold standard is having a hard time because all of these are piling up.
Unable to convert the low parry, but it doesn't matter. The life lead here is almost insurmountable. Here comes the magic for gold standard. Can he make another comeback here? He has the rage, he has the wall. What's he going to do? Goes for the hell sweep. He can definitely make this comeback. Oh no!
Ooh, this is getting really tricky, Doc. I don't like where this is going. Rage drive. There's. Oh my goodness! Hatchet kick.
Round four.
Yikes! Hatchet kicks working so well for Maru here. I don't know his percentage on that, but he's gotten a lot of them to land, and that's really led to that round victory. Gold standard now, playing with a sense of urgency.
Oh, that was scary because Maru's punish just didn't reach on time. There's the low parry. That's gonna be a small bit of damage, and Maru right now trying to taunt by the wall. This is not where you want to be, gold standard. He's trying to jab away and gets it.
Final round.
He dives towards victory, but one more round stands in his way from a 2-1 against Maru. What a victory it would be for gold standard if he can take this win here. Maru with the Brian.
Oh!
Here from gold standard. Here we go.
EF2 is gonna put Maru by the wall, but that's only the beginning of the story. But this time the side switch is coming out. Back 4. No punish from gold standard. It doesn't matter. He's pushing himself away. Maru at 50% health. Hatchet kick once again. No low parry so far in this round.
And who will catch the other one off guard? Oh, good block there on the taunt. Goes low. What's he going to do? He's going for the mix-up here, but Maru is not fighting.
Oh no!
He pushes the button. He gets it. Maru can close this out, and he does.
What a beautiful whiff punish from Maru! That forward 4-1 paying off so much the moment he saw gold standard just whiff a breath. It didn't even look like a move. It looked like gold standard whiff breathing, and immediately Maru whiff punishes it.
Beautifully done. I mean, I'm sure he was just fishing for it. He was staying at the perfect distance to get it. He was like, okay, this is how I'm going to end it. I'm going to give a hype moment. There is my opportunity. And what a highlight that was. But we're going to see more highlights of that game as Maru takes it 2-1.
Oh my goodness. And really, like, the walls have been paying off for Maru here in the game one between the two of them. You can see how scary Maru's low defense is also. And once again, there, the back 4. And then after that, you could go for taunts, you could go for whatever you want. If they're not going to tech roll, they're going to eat whatever you let them.
That was a very brutal first game there from Maru, but gold standard coming back there, going for the infinite stage. And it's not just infinite stage, but the defense that he played in the second game was so good. He made sure that Maru was not able to get a huge rally like he did in the first game. But this one was just back and forth, clutch move after clutch move. Both these players gave us an amazing second game. A third game.
Absolutely. It really, really went down the wire, but Maru in the end got the right guesses at the right time. He just felt like he was on a tear. And really, those hatchet kicks, as you said, really pay off. But once again, gold standard was playing his mind out, and that forward 4-1 sealed the deal after gold standard with such a small move.
I mean, that was perfectly timed. In order to whiff punish something from that distance, and for me, what looks like a really long startup, it takes like instinct, reaction, and just prediction.
Oh, absolutely. And now Instinct is going to be the name of the game between our two next fighters here with Happy Feet Coffee Prince versus Signal. I mean, Smart Omega's Machinehead. I'm so used to saying that, though. And there it is. That's my first slip of the day, boys. And there's the head-to-head, 1-11. We talked about how Coffee Prince is going to have a hard time against Machinehead here. And the last time they met was in Conference 2 Season 1.
And yeah, this is our, if I'm not mistaken, featured player of the day, Coffee Prince, because he's going up against two of his demons here. Here for the first half, he's going to be facing Machinehead, and later on, he's going to be facing AK. And these two have such what seems to be like an insurmountable lead against Coffee Prince. And you know, after 2 seasons, it'll be really fun to see if Coffee Prince has himself evolved.
But that's what makes Coffee Prince so scary, because he just performs so much better when the odds are against him. And as you can see, like even in the matches that go against that he loses, he just performs so well. It's always going to be down the wire, and that's what makes Coffee Prince such a scary guy. He's just clutch. There's clutch in his veins, basically.
I mean, yesterday he did clutch it out against his good friend Hapon. But, you know, talking about Machinehead, he is the #1 draft pick, the first draft pick in the history of the Nationals. And he has a lot of expectations on him, but I think he's the type of player who can really live up to that hype. And honestly, okay, I want to get this out. I feel like last season when Smart Omega wasn't able to make the playoffs, I mean, they're a strong team with Jules and Pika. It kind of put them in what I like to call the San Antonio Spurs position, where in the next season they get the first pick and San Antonio picked Tim Duncan. Right? That's what Machinehead is to me. Like, Machinehead is that big fundamental, right? He is that franchise-defining player that Smart Omega was like, wow, we can't pass this up. We have to pick him first.
You gotta get him as soon as possible, and that's exactly what they got. They got somebody who's a big fundamental in the form of Machinehead, and would complement exactly how they play the game, and would give so much benefit, would improve the team so much as a whole with how his character picks are. The way he plays is completely different from like the way his character picks are, and he's just such a perfect match for Smart Omega.
He is, and they kind of form, you know, the twin towers of Smart Omega. Another basketball reference, I apologize, but it was really perfect for me. It's really perfect, right? Everything worked out for Smart Omega, and you have to watch out for them this season. And look at these picks.
Absolutely insane. Of course, here, Coffee Prince pulling out the Leroy. We've seen how well his Leroy has benefited him in the second season of the Nationals, and now we're going to see how it's going to face off against one of his kryptonites, which is Machinehead, who, by the way, is now playing Marduk. And that's a big surprise for me. Like, just that alone is a big surprise.
Oh boy, and here we go. There are the talent picks here. 80% of us, the talents, have chosen Machinehead to take this. But of course, Coffee Prince being the underdog in terms of even just match history here with the Leroy. Will this help him?
Let's see how it's going to go. Immediately, Politudo grab is going to be used, but then... Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. This is, I think I ranted about this in one episode where Marduk, even if you break the tackle, the Oki is still in his favor. And now, Coffee Prince now using the Leroy, trying to get those mix-ups with the Hermit Walk, and gets the turn stolen by Machinehead.
Right. Coffee Prince really trying to utilize everything that Leroy is capable of here. Beautiful combo here at the wall. Machinehead, though, still playing so calm. Coffee Prince, though, with a bit of momentum now.
That's not long, but instead goes for the parry afterwards. And with punish from Machinehead, the man knows the space so well. Calculating and stoic he is.
Stare down, but Coffee Prince getting the better of that exchange is now on the board, showing a fight.
My god, this is now going to be one of those really really close matches as now Coffee Prince gets the opening damage for the third round here. But Machinehead gets a launcher instead and tries to go for OK. No, instead tries to go for finisher actually, but instead gets launched by Coffee Prince, and Machinehead is now in a world of hurt.
Right, the Hell Sweeper, the Cane is gone. Whip punish that. Yes, he does. He does have rage. I think this can reach. No, he goes for that finisher. Both of them in rage goes for the rage drive. Sorry.
Fight.
The rage drive hurts so much, by the way, and that's what makes it scary. But immediately, Coffee Prince pressing at inopportune times? Question mark. But he knew that he could steal that turn. That's why he goes for it. And now Machinehead looking for an option here, because Coffee Prince is already slowly chipping him away.
With all his damage capabilities, the wall splat, there is the screw, but nothing afterwards here. 2 lows in a row straight from Machinehead. Finally gets blocked. Here comes combo opportunity for Coffee Prince at the wall. Wall again!
Sidewall situation! Unfortunate! And Machinehead gets the game won!
Wow. Everything just turned on its head in those final moments. We thought that Coffee Prince had a favorable rewall. It kind of rewalled twice there. We thought he could go into a rage art or rage drive, but it was not meant to be. First game going to Machinehead.
How the hell? But that being said, it's one of those, right? Like, it just became a sidewall situation. Adjusting that is honestly really, really hard. There's no two ways around it. So in the end, Coffee Prince was just the victim of small circumstances, and Machinehead capitalized those. But there it is. Coffee Prince thinking about what he's gonna do. He's consulting, once again, to quote Raph, the left side of wisdom. He's looking at...
Isn't that the right side?
Oh yeah, that is the right side. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, like, it's mirrored. Yeah, like that's the right side of wisdom for them. They're shoulder angels looking at them, telling them, you should pick Leroy again.
I mean, his Leroy didn't do bad at all. I think he could have definitely taken that round and brought us to the 5th round. And it would have been still close all the way. So I think Leroy is still a good pick for Coffee Prince in this match.
Absolutely. And once again, we've always said this before, when the chips are down, that's when Coffee Prince shines. And the clutch factor is going to start activating, especially now where you have to start racking up points. You need to start rallying as soon as now, because within 2 days, it's gonna be elimination period, and you don't want to be put in the elimination chamber. You just don't want to be.
I mean, 2 people are going to be called to the commissioner's office by Wednesday. You're gonna have to make an excuse letter, right? Going off our theme. But yeah, this is an important day for Coffee Prince. He cannot afford to miss any points today because he needs them badly. Right now, the best he can do today is probably get 5 points. But then again, looking a little bit ahead, he's going to be facing AK. But looking to the present, he needs to find a way to get this next game and force a game 3.
And it seems like it's been the repeated story. Coffee Prince falls short against Machinehead, but like it's happened again now in game 1. But we've seen what can happen. We've seen the what can happen and the possibilities that can be. And Coffee Prince will be going up against this Marduk again here in the Brimstone and Fire. That looked like Devil's Pit, but it's actually Brimstone and Fire. And let's see how he can face off against this kind of adversity, because Marduk alone is already such a curveball.
I mean, his head does not only resemble. Sorry, the word does not flying out of my mouth. But yeah, big challenge right now for Coffee Prince. He is facing it pretty well, but no wins right now have come his way. Looking to try and pull one out here, and Machinehead making it hard.
Making it really hard. Oh, immediately. Beautiful block though from Coffee Prince, putting Machinehead trying to push himself away from the wall. Look at all the damage you can do from from your wall rising launcher there. Good punishes, and that's gonna be a lot of punches, and 1 pixel away from from losing his machine head,
Uh-oh.
but immediately goes for the Irish cross.
Unfortunate that the head massage did not finish off the round here for Coffee Prince. Machine Head can take this definitely, but
Round 2.
he has stopped Coffee Prince taking the first round of this game here. Looking pretty good though. I mean, it's been a tough climb every single time. Nice little find there for Coffee Prince.
That was good stuff from Coffee Prince, like knowing what to press afterward. Machine Head thought that was going to be a mid, goes for the that was going to be a low, goes for the mid, goes for these hell sweeps. He's planting these seeds of hell sweep onto
Oh.
Machine Head's brain, and immediately the block throw for Machine Head.
Oh.
Coffee Prince by the wall, and this is going to be bad.
Right?
This is gonna hurt.
Did he
Oh,
press?
no.
He pressed.
He pressed!
Let's go.
You're done.
You're done. And
Wow.
that is
Round
gonna
3.
be Coffee Prince getting the second round, and this looks like he's mounting a comeback here against one of his own personal demons.
Right, like I said, the Leroy pick is one thing that he added to his arsenal last season. He did not have an opportunity to face Machine Head and improve his record, but here he is right now, looking to add one win to that score column. One round away, but Machine Head is not going to make that easy at all. Big combo ender there.
Trying to go for the Oki's Demi afterwards towards Machine Head. That's why he chose that ender. But immediately, Coffee Prince, fully aware of the options that he's presented, puts Machine Head in rage. Small pokes,
Oh.
pixel health, and Coffee Prince gets the second game for himself, and we're going to a game 3.
Come on, sugar.
That was a very impressive game there from Coffee Prince. He knew that, like you said, he was a victim of circumstance. In the first game, he just kept his head together, continued with his game plan, got all his wild rising punishes. He really mixed up Machine Head well. Also in that second game, used the hell sweeps when needed. What a win there. 3 straight rounds.
Oh my goodness. And that Leroy is just so how do I describe it? It's just so oppressive despite the massive nerfs. If you have the right hands for it, then you can smother somebody, as what Coffee Prince did to Machine Head there.
And yeah, things looking great so far for Coffee Prince based on that second game performance alone. But now the ball is in the hands of Machine Head. What will he do? Will he stage change? Will he switch characters? Because it looks like Coffee Prince did have the answer to the Marduk in that game. Will he go to Geese? Will he go to Alyssa? We're about to see.
Oh, we're about to see indeed. If he pulls out the Gigas, I'd be so surprised, because that didn't fare well for him the last time. But that being said, he still also has an Akuma that he was playing around with in Challenger Series. And he also has, well, was it Challenger Series or was it Draft Series? He has an Akuma. He does have an Elisa. He has, quote unquote, a Gigas, and now a Marduk. Now we're gonna see like what the fruits of his labor are here, as once again, as he said, the ball's in his court. Or are we gonna go straight to the Dragon's Nest, which is his preferred stage in general?
So many choices, and this is a big decision right now for Machine Head. A decision that these pro players have to make. This is the Nationals Pro League play-ins for the Tekken 7 conference, and the urgency has never been greater because this is the third day. We're about to drop 2 players by Wednesday. Coffee Prince is fighting for his life today. He cannot afford to remain in the bottom 3.
Absolutely, and you cannot risk your life for this one. Like, you cannot. It's there's so much on the line. If you so much like breathe wrong, it will immediately cut to just cut to probably one of our panel hosts just saying, "Coffee Prince, the tribe has spoken."
I love the references coming up right now. But again, yes, this new format is really up the stakes now for these players. They have to play their utmost best. There is no time to relax. Every game is huge. Every point is huge. With that, Coffee Prince has gotten 1 point. He increases the gap between him and Jason, who will be playing later on, by the way, for his life. And there it is. There is the Machine Head.
Mm-hmm. and immediately to Duomo di Sirio, a pretty good stage in general. You have a balcony break and a large bottom stage there, and you have Machine Head's signature oppressive Elisa. Once again, the chainsaws are gonna come out, and those chainsaws have been paying off well against Sidesteplance. But let's see how he goes up against somebody like Coffee Prince, who's in all honesty, his biggest strength is his ability to just adjust on the fly and immediately floats Machine Head to the wall.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start here. Even gets the wall splat, re-wall, but sidewall makes things a little bit difficult. Not much damage there. Wall bounce! Oh, do it again! Oh my goodness! All of these chainsaws now oppressing Coffee Prince, and it is not stopping! And he says, no! Enough! Enough of your chainsaws. Eat my rage art.
Does this kill? Or is the fight There it is! Big damage because it was counter hit. It did kill. And now Coffee Prince getting one round, stealing that away from Machine Head. Trying to parry that. And let's see how Coffee Prince is going to space himself out against something as scary as an Lisa once she gets her setups right.
The extension there, making Machine Head pay really hard, and this gives Coffee Prince. It literally gave Coffee Prince new life here. But he has Coffee Prince against the wall now. Machine Head threatening to break the balcony, but not if Jeff has anything to say about this. Here comes the oppression, but the hop kick out of nowhere.
The divine hop kick, refusing to partake in any of these mix-ups. That's your answer right there, Machine Head. And right now, Coffee Prince getting that low and goes for the mini combo. Splats to the wall, but it's not going to be enough to actually go for the wall combo afterwards. But that's a lot of damage afterwards. And immediately, Coffee Prince, being at having a small life lead, gets wall bounced again here by Machine Head. And now both of them. Oh no, the chainsaws are coming out, and let's see what the answer is for Coffee Prince.
Just went for the orbital to, force Alyssa to keep her chainsaw. Good block there on the hop kick. Block again. Oh no, the clutch low parry. Here comes the head. What can he do? He's going straight for the Razor.
Will this kill? The health is low enough, but it's from a low parry, so the scaling is really different. And immediately Coffee Prince goes for a 1-2.
Yeah, simple 1-2.
And that's what happens. Like, you do know, like, when it's down the wire, sometimes the smallest moves are the best options. And that's exactly what Coffee Prince did, as Machine Head dashed in and was completely unsafe from that. And once again, the chainsaws are coming out, and both of them are spacing each other out again, knowing that they can't just immediately brawl each other.
And notice now that Coffee Prince was a little bit more cautious with the Leroy stances, the Hermit stance, because Machine Head did answer with the hop kick earlier. But here we go, chainsaws are out, good while rising 4 punish there. Slide coming from Machine Head. Oh, punish!
Let's go! Coffee Prince exercising one of his demons today. That's one of the kryptonites that he dealt with before, and that's gonna be a story that's gonna be set aside for now. But that already gives so much for Coffee Prince. 2 points, getting up, every single point counts, and that should be a lot of happiness for him, not only in points, but in terms of the fact that he beat Machine Head.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. As a player, as a competitive player, when you finally beat one of your biggest weaknesses, I would say weakness, not really rivals, but let's say, your demons, right? That's a big boost. And let's go back to the highlights here, because all these 3 games really tell the story. For Coffee Prince, the Leroy pick was just so good for him.
Oh, absolutely. And we could see that at the start it was kind of iffy, but once again, as I said, the circumstances were not in his favor. The little sidewalls, every now and then he'd have a comeback coming in, and immediately Machine Head just has a lot of build up there. Like, look, that one, this situation that led to this. There was like 2 sidewall situations, and he couldn't finish the wall combo.
Right, and he just stayed calm. He stuck to his guns, and I feel like deep down he knew that his Leroy was doing fine. And props to him for recognizing that, because it translated to this game 2 victory here, which I believe was 3 straight rounds. He really had Machinehead up against the rope, but in that case, the rocks.
Oh, absolutely. And here, you could see, even then, Coffee Prince knew when to press. He just felt sometimes I have to take more. I have to take some risk instead of what do you call this? Letting a Machinehead let this Elisa go at him. And it was such a close match, but in the end, Coffee Prince prevailed with utmost how do I describe it? Utmost like certainty, basically.
And even when Machinehead switched to the Elisa, he was ready. He was ready for everything. If you look at the round where Machinehead got the rage art, I think Coffee Prince reacted to Elisa just bracing for the flight, and he absolutely got her with the 1-2. And it was just a brilliant game from Coffee Prince. Decision making wise, his execution was there, and he made all of the right calls in the middle of battle. So congratulations to him for taking it 2-1. Really proud of him.
Yep, the books made sense basically. And honestly, these matches were a banger. And for those who didn't get to watch the matches earlier, you can tune in to the Nationals on TV, catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after. And guys, this is the first half getting down, and we still have more matches coming out. But this is how we say goodbye, guys. As I'm Ernest Young Rafiki Bizon, and here with me is Doc Jimmy. The Nationals will be coming back. See you soon.
Hey! Muling nagbabalik ang The Nationals Season 3 Tekken Conference Pro League Play-ins. Kami ang inyong mga casters, Porokun and Raph, at sisimulan na namin ang second half ng ating play-ins. And for this day, that is. And Raph, we have some amazing matches coming our way. How do you feel so far about the matches that have already passed?
I mean, just looking at the matches we've had so far and looking at the schedule that we are going to see on the screen very, very shortly, I am incredibly excited as once again these juggernauts are looking to butt heads. And honestly, Poru, the way that the veterans have been, I would say, schooling the fresh blood is something to behold.
Yeah, definitely a schooling. Yung mga bagong faces natin dito sa The Nationals, they have witnessed, they have experienced just exactly what the pros are made of. And we are in for a treat in our next matches because we will be starting off, of course, with Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion against STIE Olympians Gold Standard. So, malupit na laban kaagad right from the get-go dito sa ating second half, and we have even more later on.
That's right. Being followed by, once again, a heavy-hitting matchup between AK and the gatekeeper himself, Coffee Prince. And again, Poor, there's just so much to say about the rest of these matchups. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially since this is already the third day of the Nationals Pro League, because all right now we're approaching the danger zone basically. Kasi at the end of the play-ins, the two bottom players will be eliminated. Tatawagin sa principal's office, and of course, magbababay na sila for that school year. Pero, ito na yung current standings natin. As we were just talking about, start tayo sa pinakataas. Look at this, soaring high above everybody else. Smart Omega's Jules with a whopping 14 points. Followed by BRE Pro's Maru, malapit lang 13 points, and then Machinehead at 12 points. And then after that, Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat is hanging in there at 9 points. Hindi siya gumalaw, wala siyang points na na-earn this day, pero meron pa siyang chance later on. LPE AK at 8 points, di pa lumalaban, and Sidesteplance at 8 points. Isa sa naman sa mga freshmen natin na hindi nakagalaw sa rankings.
That's right. Moving on to the latter half, we have Vermilion at 7 points, Hapon with 6, Coffee Prince 5, as well as Gold Standard, Jason at 2, and Don Argus at 1. Now, some of these players we haven't seen play yet, but again, they are ready to bring their A game to the table. And like we mentioned, Poru, we saw the Omega boys just rise up and shot through the rankings. Both Machinehead and Jules just put on such a fantastic show. It's crazy.
Yeah, sobrang nakaka-starstruck talaga yung kanilang performance earlier. Especially, even Machinehead and Jules even actually bringing out some interesting picks, if I'm not mistaken. Kaya naglabas siya ng Devil Jin. But yung next match natin, of course, is pretty much incredible then, because we are going to be facing off Gold Standard versus Vermilion, right?
That's right. And talking about the Devil Jin, who else but Vermilion himself to play that Devil Jin? And again, Vermilion, the man, the myth, the legend, the Red Death. We are gonna see his, I believe, his stat sheet. He's been stuffing it really, really well this previous season, and we're gonna be seeing it right now.
I never really considered myself as one of the top players in the country, regardless of what the results may have been showing or not showing. I still feel like I have a lot to prove. There are certain things and certain factors that just make it hard. But at the end of the day, I'd like to give credit to my opponents too during the playoffs, that they just play really well during that time. No excuses. A loss is a loss, and it's no one else's fault other than yours. That's the beauty of fighting games. So I'll just have to step it up. Actually, I know I can win the championship this time. I would not be in this sort of field or line of work, if you can call it that, if I didn't believe in myself in the first place. So yeah, I know I can do it this time. Trying to be present is difficult sometimes, even when you are here, because you also have to put a lot of your head and heart into your craft. There's a lot of intertwine with real life and esports, so I guess it's just finding the right balance of both and time management.
Sobrang admirable talaga nung attitude ni Vermilion when it comes to being a pro player. Talagang hindi lang siya magaling sa laro, magaling din siya sa outside the game, even being a dad as well. And yung mismong mindset niya in the attack of this being an on playing offline, and of course the current situation right here.
That's right. And again, just such an incredible feat to be juggling everything. But again, tail of the tape, who is against him? It is going to be Gold Standard, one of the golden boys of the entire legs of the series. His Leo has been absolutely mean, and he's still looking to step up and continue to rise above the rest of his competition.
He played an amazing match earlier on. Not quite getting as much points as he wants kasi medyo mababa yung rankings niya right now. He did gain 1 point. But on the other hand, his opponent, Vermilion, absolute beast, came off of an amazing win against AK, yung conference champions natin from the previous conferences. And right now, he's just ready to bring the heat against Gold Standard. So, yan yung mga players natin. Vermilion, seryoso na kagad. Even Gold Standard right now. No smiles on both of these players.
That's right. And I love the attitude that Vermilion has been bringing. It's definitely of champion caliber. He does not make any excuses. Gold Standard showing a little bit of love to the audience there. Vermilion also trying to hide a smile because he is dead set, dead serious on this matchup. But now, he heard me as like, nah, dude, my turn.
It's fun because, kahit papano, even though this is such a serious time in the competition, they both know how to enjoy this. And that's one of the best parts about these pro players, is that they have the right balance and the mindset. Hindi sila basta-basta na-tilt, nasa salty, and while they take it very seriously, they're still able to have fun.
That's right. And again, guys, we play video games, although these guys are playing it on a much higher stage and higher stakes, but we play to ultimately enjoy, so don't get upset. Just, take a breather. But we are going to be into some super, super hot, and I would say, like I said, hot, heated action moving on, Paul.
Yeah, heated action. But of course, remember, this is, of course, under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. And just like that, sisimulan na natin ang ating laban between Gold Standard and Vermilion.
Whoa.
Look at that. Gold Standard, of course, going for the Leo pick, and then Vermilion showing off a Marduk this time.
That's right. If you so happen to miss this broadcast, well, you can tune in to the Nationals on TV. Catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. Now, so many curveballs, Poru, so many Marduks, but still Gold Standard on that Leo.
Why do I feel na may onting spite yung so many Marduks? I understand, nakakatakot nga naman talaga si Marduk. So much damage and at the same time, such a versatile character. It's gonna be interesting to see how Gold Standard deals with him. But let's see, round number 1.
Goes and starts off with a commander. Of course, that is the Marduk way, Moro. We've seen this. He's gonna do it again.
Yeah, malakas yung sumuntok, but at the same time, he is a grappler, something that people should remember here. There it is again, just Vermilion testing yung throw breaking ni Gold Standard. It seems like Gold Standard is keeping up, pero ang laki ng life deficit niya ngayon.
Right, and Vermilion, once again, the curveball still really has caught me off guard with this Marduk. Gold Standard, though, losing a lot of health and has lost a lot of health. Still a lot of rounds to play, so who knows?
Right now, maganda yung pwesto niya. Does not break the command throw this time around, and that should be it. Vermilion takes the first round just with a series of command grabs, and Gold Standard has to really be on point with those breaks.
It really has to be. I mean, Vermilion is just exacting his game plan right here, right now, and this tackle has gone unbroken, and the guess not going in the way of Gold Standard.
Yeah, not going indeed, and that uppercut as well from Vermilion, taking him to the wall. Is not unable to convert from the wall combo, and Gold Standard gets a throw of his own, so that's gonna help him out. Pero meron pa rin life deficit against Gold Standard. A good block from Vermilion and the punish here, and now Vermilion, there it is again.
You see that? He making this character look like a Mishima with that mini ballet tudo wave dash here, and Vermilion in a commanding lead.
Yeah, he even has the Jin hoodie. So it's like a big buff Jin coming in here against Gold Standard. But Gold Standard not shying away, talagang sticking true to his Leo, and not very scared against this Marduk right now.
Right, and in the face of adversity, we have yet another wave dashing Marduk. Vermilion, are you kidding me? Gold Standard, though, working on chopping away at this life lead.
But that amount, good break there by Gold Standard. Managed to read through the mix-up properly. The Valley Tooth is coming in. Magic 4, no conversion from Gold Standard dito, but he is in the red. The Rage Art is available, but the big knee from Vermilion takes him out. 3 straight rounds, dominating with this Marduk.
Big knee indeed. I saw that and I was like, that's wild. And again, we've known Vermilion to be an offensive monster, and we shouldn't be surprised to see a character like Marduk to be in his arsenal, especially the way he played it. But Gold Standard looking to consolidate with his fellow E-Olympians.
After nung results no laban na yun, I think he really does need to reconsider yung choices niya with Leo, or maybe even the choice in character. And I like what you said na Vermilion and about Marduk and Vermilion, and thinking that his teammate, of course, is also Kunicat, who has a pocket Marduk. So most probably dinevelop nila yun together, and Vermilion has managed to pick quite a bit of stuff from his teammate, and now is applying it generously on Gold Standard.
That's right, and the way that these, like we mentioned earlier, the way Kunicat has developed, you can also see that this growth and learning is also rubbing off on everybody, and that's just the greatest thing about Tekken. You know, no matter how good you are, there's always something to learn from everybody.
And yeah, talagang yung continuous growth, this is exactly what these players have been expecting. The pros actually have been expecting from the draftees. Talagang yung iba sa kanila unpolished gems, but they want to bring out those diamonds in the rough among all of them. And at the same time, these pros, they want to learn from these players as well. And then talagang, syempre at the end of the day, sila din ang maglalaban, and they still want to be at the top. So it's just amazing to see this happening among all of the players in the nationals.
That's right, and it's just one big celebration of the highest level of skill in our community that's always been growing. And we've seen a lot of killers as well, and like we mentioned, Pro League play-ins, the stakes are only getting higher as once again we are in day 3.
Yeah, that's right. Day 3. Kalahating araw na lang actually. This is the second half, and then there's 2 days left before we say goodbye to 2 of our players yung nasa pinakababa ng rankings. Now, let's see kung anong ginawang adjustment ni Gold Standard. Did he change stage? Did he change character? Or maybe just yung mindset niya? Oh, no change in the character.
Oh, we will be sticking with Leo versus Steroids Jin, or in other words, Marduk. Yeah, I mean, like, Marduk can sort of play like Jin if you like think about it fundamentally, but maybe that's a bit of a reach. I'm just really trying to make a comparison here, but either way, he's been doing super, super well. He's been incredibly dominant. He's been looking like Ethan with a fly swatter chasing around Lady Dimitrescu.
Yeah, such an aggressive act from Vermilion, similar to that nga talaga. But now let's see, Gold Standard seems like he has something in mind against Vermilion. Catches him with a down forward 2. Early damage para sa kanya this time. And now Vermilion, how is he gonna respond?
How is he gonna respond? With the command throw, of course, but Gold Standard getting hit by that big down forward 1 here. Vermilion getting a chance to go for a bit of a life lead, but no, Gold Standard can't come back.
Yes, this simple gameplay from Gold Standard, oh my goodness, gets caught in the moment na nilabas na niya yung second hit. But now, Vermilion still has a bit of life to catch up to against Gold Standard.
Right, remember kids, Marduk is always in the life lead, especially when he has rage, but time is dwindling and Gold Standard is looking to just kind of get into the moment of no return here, but Vermilion is holding strong as well. So far, nobody's breaking. Oh my
god. 7 seconds left. Vermilion gets the lead. Where's the rage drive? Good guess by Gold Standard on that mix up. 1, 2, 3 comes in. 1 second left. Guys, look at the poke, but no, Vermilion still has the edge, and he takes the first round.
I love the tempo switching. They've been super aggressive but super compact. But once again, the guessing game just does not go in the way of Gold Standard here, as Vermilion is trying to get his grubby mitts on him, but the knees, all of them.
Oh no, a solid knee to the face for Gold Standard, and now he's in the red. He's gonna have the damage, but it's a huge mountain to climb in the form of Marduk here. It's not gonna be fun for Gold Standard. Vermilion on the offensive right now.
Right, and Marduk is really, really tough for Gold Standard, and that big elbow to the left cheek. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, can't be careless when it comes to the strings that Marduk has, kasi meron siya mga natatagong mga tricks na ganun, and it just lands flush on Gold Standard. Now Vermilion 1 round away from taking out Gold Standard in this series. The mount connects, the follow-up connects, and now Gold Standard is in a world of hurt.
Exactly, and Vermilion smothering Gold Standard. See Gold Standard cuffing just ever so slightly, slowly developing the black lung here. Oh my goodness.
It's not very well ventilated for Gold Standard because Vermilion just takes him out 3 straight suffocating him in that offense. And that is just the terror that Vermilion brings to this competition. Vermilion just puts the blood in the bloodbath of this competition.
Right, and once again, the theme of the veterans of the Nationals have been putting the beatdown on the rookies, the fresh faces. But tell me, Poru, with Vermilion being that dominant, is there something more to life than being ridiculously good at Tekken?
Maybe there is, and silipin natin dito sa highlights natin just kung ano pa yung meron niya dun kay Vermilion and his just being very good at Tekken. Because right now, ang ganda ng performance niya, and you just have to think, is there other things that Vermilion is dedicating his time to? Because it shows in his skill just how much of an amazing player he is.
That's right, and again, we did not expect this Marduk pick at all. And Vermilion with his adaptability, I think Gold Standard as well, he played really well. He tried to adapt as well as he could, but Vermilion is just that type of player to suffocate you. He's like a blanket, you put it over you and you just start struggling. Oh god.
Yeah, and even the character matchup, right? Marduk is such a heavy hitter. It's always a disadvantage when you have a character na hindi ganun kalaki bumawas. Like Leo does have some amazing wall carry. She has her own damage. Pero at the same time, compared to Marduk, what is this? Damage for ants?
What is this? That's right. All that for 40 damage, but don't worry, Poru. We're gonna make it bigger damage in our next matchup. And again, that is something that Gold Standard has to consider moving forward. Just the poking game, like you mentioned, Leo does have a lot of great counter hit confirms, but within the face of Marduk that just has a lot of damage, really was an uphill battle. But the next battle, Poru, take it away.
Yeah. Next match, we of course have another blistering matchup between AK and Coffee Prince. Medyo matinding labanan. Look at this head-to-head, 15-5. Now Coffee Prince is up against another one of his nightmares in today's matches.
And just to quote both Doc Jimmy and young Rafiki, Coffee Prince has been on an exorcising path. He's been facing his demons. He's conquered one so far, and he's looking to conquer possibly the king of all his demons in the form of AK.
Yeah, he can continue because maganda yung momentum niya so far in this competition, right? He managed to earlier on he managed to win one against one of his nightmares talaga, and then this time around is his chance to conquer AK, and AK is just an extremely scary opponent. But here is Coffee Prince. Earlier on, we saw him play Steve. He brought out the Leroy as well. He brought out the Leroy, and that's what got him the win. So I wonder kung makikita natin siya ulit this time.
That's right, and it really makes you wonder, considering how much of a spark Coffee Prince is. You know, you'll never like get his character pick. But talk about character picks, we also have a bit of a mixed bag in the side of AK here. Now, AK has a Kazumi, Shaheen Jula. We've even seen a Beru too.
Yeah, that was one of the most interesting picks mula kay AK, right? Nilabas niya yung Bear against Vermilion, no less. So I'm not quite sure kung ano yung logic behind that. I have actually yet to ask him. But at the same time, we've also seen yung martial law niya. We're trying to see... we're seeing some chairs there, but we're going to be seeing some people in some chairs later on. But we did see martial law on AK, and that has been one of his most successful characters here in the National.
That's right, and a vintage showing from AK as well. Hopefully there are people, or rather there are people that are very hopeful to see that Paul in action, but nice try, buddy.
maybe in the future, kapag medyo may onting popsicle. I'm not sure he needs it. He has the damage, he has the pain. Probably not. Pero there's a reason kung bakit medyo iniiwas-iwasan ni AK si Paul. And you know, maybe it's some of the other characters are just that much better, right?
That's right, and buff Paul, you can hear all the Paul mates rejoicing, you know. Yes, make Death Fist crumple stun. Yes, make Death Fist push back even more. And to that I say, no, don't do it.
Death Fist wall bounce. That would be pretty scary stuff. But yeah, Coffee Prince, he's an extremely dedicated, he's pretty dedicated despite having to deal with other stuff aside from gaming, of course. He's a professional outside of the game, but still, even with that, he's able to balance his other life with the game life as well and still perform at such a high level.
That's right, and that's just something that we have to bring up again. It's so hard to say that he's a part-time pro, you know, because the way he plays in the Nationals, he's a full-time killer. Absolutely killer instinct, great tenacity. But to be that in the face of, I would say, the undisputed and unchallenged king in AK, it's definitely going to be an interesting head-to-head.
Yeah, and especially with AK, such a dedicated monster of his own. Talagang, he kind of lives and breathes Tekken, right? When it comes to commitment, it's a full commitment that I'm thinking of. And you wouldn't really get it from any other guy.
Right, and again, just talk about AK, such a wonderfully talented kid, now has grown to be an incredibly charismatic man with that long flowing hair. I don't know, it could be the hair care, you know, that could be the secret, but talk about hair, there is no hair on this Fakumram.
There is that a little bit of hair, but there's barely anything there nga talaga. And a Fakumram coming out from Coffee Prince is not unexpected, right? Kasi we know that he has a tendency to pick some of the more competitive characters. But AK bringing out the Akuma this time around, this is a bit of a throwback.
It indeed is, and that's been the essence of AK lately. But right now, we'll have to see what Coffee Prince can do, because again, the biggest elephant in the room to address is that meter. But AK doesn't need it with a big standing too.
Not quite necessary so far. Talagang ang laking damage na kagad dito kay Coffee Prince. But Coffee Prince, you know, this is a matchup. Akuma has been around for a long time. So, you know, Coffee Prince has some experience against this character. And now he just has to apply what he knows about Fakumram to deal with this. But now look at this huge life deficit and Coffee Prince in the red.
Oh my goodness, again, just the heavy hitters and a big launch punish. We know what Fakumram can do with Rage. But that sidewall is gonna make AK slink away. The demon is gonna come out. Is Coffee Prince gonna avoid it? Yes, but what's happening?
Very interesting stuff there. The exchange from Coffee Prince and AK. Coffee Prince able to jump away from the Raging Demon in time. Knows that AK is probably gonna follow up afterwards kasi ang tagal din ng recovery pag tumalon ka eh. But the patience from Coffee Prince seals him that round. And look, this Coffee Prince looking good so far, has the life advantage, but AK, this mini combo is gonna push them a little bit closer.
Right, AK does have meter to burn here, and he chooses to do that with a down 3 into a fireball. Still converting a lot of damage. Does have an Oki option here, but can Coffee Prince escape? Yes, he does.
Yeah, the side switch will be benefiting in them, but the movement from AK puts them in the sidewall here. Oh, the sidewall saves Coffee Prince right there.
He really making a 2D character look like capable of stepping. But now Coffee Prince!
Not quite enough there. The down forward one a little bit faster para kay AK. Now both players at 1 round apiece.
Right, and they are in an absolute brawl as AK is trying to put Coffee Prince in the timeout corner, but Coffee Prince being a little more observant with the spacing here, using his tools, but
Huge life advantage for AK here. Also has that 1 bar of toothpaste. So medyo kailangan mag-isip-isip ni Coffee Prince dito whether or not he's gonna be aggressive kasi baka lumabas yung EXDP at the same time, but AK with his back towards the wall. This is pretty scary here. There's the low coming out from Coffee Prince. Huge wall combo. Gonna help Coffee Prince out.
That's right, but Coffee Prince with these strings really hitting AK here. There's only 20 seconds, but the explosive nature of these characters make it feel like it's an eternity. AK has the life lead, backdashing and not risking anything.
Ooh, the huge block and a punish from LPE AK. Coffee Prince knocks him out of the air. This is an interesting opportunity for him. 5 seconds left, burns the rage drive, catches him in the corner, gets the wall splat and takes him out. Coffee Prince 2 straight rounds.
Oh my goodness, Coffee Prince looking so hot right now, but AK has something to say about that. Spends 1 meter, still has 1 more in the back. Can he take him to the wall?
He is definitely pushing him forward, that's for sure. But Coffee Prince fighting his way back to center stage right here. The box coming in, both these players playing, trying to be a bit more compact, but still face-to-face against each other.
That's right, and AK's low defense has been something to behold here, as Coffee Prince still trying his best to get onto the calves and the shins of AK, but AK is going to be the first offender with this down 3.
Oh my goodness, that down 3 just so scary. When it comes to Akuma, even with Eliza, one of the bread and butters ng mga 2D characters there, maliban kay Geese, because Geese does not quite do much, but
not
still
anymore.
that's something that's gotta be, Coffee Prince has to be wary of.
Oh my goodness, AK throwing out the World Star neutral, challenging that +6, but it's working out for him. Yet another big launch, and to the wall we go.
Perfect wall carry for AK, gets the wall combo as well. Coffee Prince has to make some magic happen here. The jabs coming in, the command throw, AK awake, breaks it immediately. 30 seconds left on the clock. Both players with almost equal life. The time is ticking out. Red for AK, and there's the kicks for Coffee Prince. Takes the first game. Looking good so far in this match against the champion.
Right, and I'd like to point out, Poru, you said that Coffee Prince does have this knack to play competitive characters. But why S-tier characters, Poru?
Why? Because it's going to work out. You know, it's definitely a logical choice, right, for Coffee Prince. And for any of the players in the competition, you know, if you want to win and you have the tools, you get to choose the best one, and that's going to end. You know, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But at the same time, this Tekken right now, I've asked some of the players, they believe that it's quite balanced, and every character has their, you know, has their own capabilities and should be able to compete at a high enough level depending on the player. So right now, nakikita natin AK and Akuma still pretty strong in this current meta, and you know, he's always been strong. And even Fakumram, despite the changes, medyo humina siya.
Sure.
Sure. Nabawasan yung damage, but at the same time, it's still the same character. He still works pretty harshly, and you know, it's still hard to deal with him.
That's right. In the wise words of Jagobi Mogato, nerfed Fakumram, buffed Fakumram, it's the same look! And again, Fakumram has always been strong, just not as, how would I say this, forgiving as he used to be, but still, undoubtedly, very, very strong, especially in the hands of the likes, like Coffee Prince.
It shows talaga, and he was able to really work his way around AK's Akuma. Now, Akuma has to think. No, not Akuma has to think. AK has to think. What's he gonna do? Change character? Change stage? let's see what's going to happen. What kind of adjustment is AK going to make right here? And still an Akuma, but bringing it to Howard Estate.
That's right, and this is, I would say, the perfect runway for AK to showcase his execution, because I think that's something that's a little under the radar for AK. We see him play a lot with Shaheen, so it's not really a character that can celebrate his execution, but this could potentially bring out his Magnum.
Yeah, maybe it is finally putting just making that Magnum work come out for him. But let's see what's gonna happen here in this match. Coffee Prince has a chance to take out AK and gain 3 points for himself because he really needs it. Medyo mababa yung ranking niya and he needs those points.
Uh-oh. He was watching cartoons, letting that full charge rip.
Can't be doing that. Bawal tumite. Bawal matulala against Akuma because those charge moves, if you watch those, it's not gonna be good for you. But now AK responding right now unfazed.
Right, and AK showcasing his execution with those dash jabs here. Coffee Prince still trying to get as much money as he can from this. He doesn't even need to spend the screw yet. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, AK gets that Tatsu. Sidewall gonna save Coffee Prince right there. Not gonna be able to reach the sidewall. That is AK in the red right here. Tries to go for the focus attack. Now Coffee Prince being pushed into that breakable wall, but stops him out with that DF1-2. And now 2 straight rounds for Coffee Prince. 1 round away from getting those 3 points.
Right, AK down a bunch here. He has to pull out once again his Magnum. He has to look left and look his best because Coffee Prince looking to chip away with a big down for 2-3.
Coffee Prince so hot right now and it is looking good for him, but AK has him in the corner. Kailangan niya makalabas because Kuma in the corner, medyo nakakatakot yan, and AK is in the red as well, burns the meter, not gonna get the follow-up, but the Demon Foot throw comes out. Coffee Prince also in the red. Both of these players, there's the rage drive from Coffee Prince, blocks the DP, and that's gonna be a chance for Coffee Prince. Can he take him out? Yes, 3 straight rounds, and Coffee Prince gains 3 points against AK. Amazing stuff from Coffee Prince.
And a shutout by Coffee Royalty. The kingdom has been established, and this is a moniker we gave Coffee Prince before. He is the king of the underworld. He will drag you down. And AK, the champ, still looking as composed as he usually does, but will have to gracefully exit this one.
Yeah, definitely have to, AK as a professional player, he really has he carries himself in a very professional manner, basically. Even pag natatalo, most of these players naman, even if they lose, they gracefully exit. But still, let's take a look at the action that just happened because Coffee Prince pulled a hell of a performance against AK.
Once again, the demons that he had to face, and at the very tippy top was AK himself, and Coffee Prince rose up the challenge.
This is scary because AK on Akuma. Akuma is one of his best characters in the past years, right? Talagang hindi natin in-expect na mag-Akuma si AK because he usually favors Shaheen and has been favoring martial law, but bringing back the Akuma is still pretty terrifying. And even so, Coffee Prince just dealt with it pretty greatly.
That's right, and that is not going to be the last time we're going to see AK today because I believe AK still has one more match, but once again, congratulations to Coffee Prince for once again bringing out that holy water, taking out yet again one of his demons.
Yeah, literally with Akuma, this raging demon just splashed with that holy water all over him. And yeah, just vanquishing LPE AK. So congratulations to him. But yeah, this is just amazing. Bringing it to Howard Estate and just getting the win against AK. That is some amazing stuff from Coffee Prince. So congratulations to him for getting those points. And AK, we're going to be seeing him later on because, as you mentioned, Raf, he still has some matches. That was pretty awesome stuff.
And I think in our next match, we are going to have a bit of a tangle between a Jaguar and a Devil in the form of Vermilion versus Jason.
Crazy stuff here. Look at this, 4-2 head-to-head. The Jaguar versus the Demon. And Vermilion still on a hot streak because he performed excellently earlier on in his match against Gold Standard. Pinakita niya yung Marduk. Ilalabas kaya niya ulit against kay Jason. And will Jason be ready for it?
We've seen Jason adapt and we've seen him grow as well in the previous legs of the Nationals. It's really exciting to see and refreshing to see him here again. Now, the growth under, the nest of champions in the form of the Eagles is really something to, I would say, has been a really great influence to him.
Yeah. It's obvious na marami talaga siyang in-improve since his previous appearance in the Nationals, and even not just with Tekken, actually, even his entire mindset basically when it comes to taking the loss, and he's able to adapt a lot better, probably an influence of his other teammates. But here is Vermilion, who has brought out the Devil Jin. He has this Steve Kazuya, and even brought out the Lee at one point, but I doubt we'd be seeing that anytime soon, especially against someone as strong as Jason. But right now, looking good as one of the top contenders here in the Nationals.
That's right. And once again, just Jason here really flexing both his Jaguars and an Akuma. Something to note about Jason as well, he does have a secret, or not super secret, Negan. We've seen it a few times in the previous showing of his. Maybe we'll see it again because Negan has been new and improved and has an even scarier Lucille these days.
Man, medyo nakakatakot din talaga lumaban kay Negan. He hasn't been favored locally, really, pero as you mentioned, very scary stuff. And even Jason has brought out some interesting picks like Steve and Kunimitsu at some point. So that is something that we might be able to see, pero depende na lang sa game plan niya, because usually Jason, when he knows he's up against an incredibly strong opponent, hindi na siya nagpapaligoy-ligoy pa. Either King or Armor King kagad yung nalalabas niya.
That's right, and you know that I am incredibly excited for any of the Jaguars, really. Big wrestling fan, and I have to say, I'm actually quite excited for who's going to be the first person to bring out the Ganryu in the Nationals, or if that already happened, did I miss it?
I don't think it has happened yet. So I'm a bit sad about that. Pero if there's anybody who's going to be bringing it out, maybe it's probably going to be Maru. Pero so far, di pa niya nilalabas. And I'm hoping na merong somebody else does. Why not? But I doubt it's going to come from these two players. Look at them. Vermilion feeling good off of this win earlier on. And Jason really thinking about what he has to do to take out this demon.
That's right. And talking about the demons, once again, Vermilion has been red hot. We call him the Red Death. He's a microwave, just give him a minute, he's gonna go full force. Meanwhile, Jason has been the adaptive monster of the Nationals. Hopefully we will see even more of that growth, and like we mentioned, he is under the influence of a lot of champions in the form of Coach Dojin and AK himself.
Yeah, that is true, and those players have faced off with Vermilion numerous times talaga. They were some of the top players in the Nationals, and they're going to be giving their guidance to Jason. Let's see if Jason can really apply their teachings against Vermilion, because definitely he's going to be needing it.
That's right, and Jason has been touted almost like a messiah, This is his second coming, and this is his resurrection in the Nationals, and hopefully we get to see more of that. But like you mentioned, we wouldn't be surprised at all to see a Jaguar pick, the first of his 12, or in this case, 3 characters.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting, but I don't know. We'll just have to wait and find out, because this I still think this could go either way. Even though Vermilion has been very dominating so far, it's going to be interesting if Jason, because Jason, as you mentioned, is an adaptive monster. At the same time, he has an instinctive game to him as well. There are times that he just parties with his characters.
That's right, he just lets it rip, lets the world star rip. And one thing to note about Jason as well, he is incredibly aggressive with the more difficult combos. He has absolute confidence in himself to land that big boy combo, and as he should. He's been showing it a lot. He can do it, so why not go for it?
Yeah, talagang i-optimize niya kung kaya niyang i-optimize yung combos niya. But
wait a minute,
there it is. Oh, interesting. That is not a devil Jin on the side of Vermilion. That is a Julia Chang.
That's right. Love in nature in the form of Julia at Vermilion Gates. Now, there's a lot of reasons why this is going to be a matchup problem for King, but Jason, knowing the player that he is, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, Julia is yet another one of those characters na inadjust this season, but at the same time, hindi naman ganun kalaki yung pinagbago. So there are players who favor this character still. So Jason probably has done some research on this.
Right, and Jason getting chipped away slowly but surely by Vermilion here. Jason being mindful of the spacing, looking to impose some sort of wave dash mix-up, but the down 3 is going to be the first offender of his damage. And oh my lord.
Lock on the low dropkick. Vermilion with a beautiful conversion with that bow and arrow. Obviously knows just how to use this character. Medyo sanay na siyang gamitin tong Julia Chang. Probably something na tinatago niya right from the very get-go.
Uh-oh, and he is not hiding the fact that he is going to land that huge counter on Jason here. Jason is going to be a candidate for one more mix-up here, and Vermilion with a party crasher.
Round 2.
Is that elbow one of the moves? So yung key moves ni Julia, really quick dives underneath highs. I'm not sure if it dives underneath his, but just really annoying. And then Jason, however, looking good in the second round, putting the pain against Vermilion, but Vermilion pushing Jason straight towards the wall.
Right, and I can feel it in my bones. Jason is going to try and giant swing, or never mind, just kill him outright.
Yeah, no need for that giant swing so far, but I have a feeling nalalabas ngayon. Even the chain throws, because we know Jason knows his chain throws with King, and gusto niyang ilabas yun yung mga RDC. But now look at this, Vermilion once again priming Jason right next to the wall and has no plans to let him escape. But this choke slam is gonna help Jason out.
That's right, pick her up, toss her back in, another one, this time for the legs, and a sharpshooter. This is gonna hurt. Now, Vermilion, though, still has a respectable amount of health. Rolls away from that one. Does not want to get those grubby mitts on him.
Yeah, a bit of a life advantage for Jason here. Vermilion manages to get away, but still, here comes the punish from Vermilion. Good job there. Gets the wall splat, able to convert. Can he make the finish here? Sliver of life for Jason, hanging by a thread. Gets the race drive!
He got dunked on that double axe handle. Jason, you can see his king shaking with excitement from all that adrenaline. But Vermilion floating him out of that one, takes him to the wall. Julia fashion.
Yeah, move on na kagad si Vermilion after that loss, but right now just pushing Jason to the limit here. Catches him out of the air yet again. Tries to convert, not gonna be able to get much, but still the damage continues to pile on. Jason in the red.
That's right, and moving on has been doing a lot more damage to Jason than it has to Vermilion. So again, boys and girls, move on. Ain't that hard.
Move on. You know, yun ang pinakamahalagang mindset sa mga players. You need to move on and just carry and just do your best for the next moment that's about to happen. And now Vermilion is showing that he just can't do it. Returning the pain to Jason, but Jason is moving on himself. Trying to start some offense against Vermilion.
Right, and this has been a battle of patience, but the big counter hit. Looks like Jason has a bit more receipts in his pocket. Going for the Oki, going for that critical hit low here, but
not gonna get anything free on that batok from Julia Chang. Vermilion in the red right now. Jason looking to find the finish. 20 seconds left on the clock. Party crasher from Vermilion here. Blocked on the bow and arrow, and Jason finishes it off with that air throw. Fantastic stuff. Takes the first game against Vermilion.
And just like that, Jason, with, again, utter confidence, throws that one out there. And I have to say, that Julia pick was looking really, really strong for Vermilion. But is this the time where he reconsiders maybe he should go back to the winged one?
Yeah, that is probably running through the mind of Vermilion right now. Medyo, ang ganda nga yung Julia Chang niya, very competitive, and mukhang komportable siyang gamitin yung character. Very comfortable on that Julia Chang, but Jason just completely read through it. Even that last bow and arrow, he knew that it was coming out, was ready for it, punished, and then finished it off perfectly. And now Vermilion definitely has to reconsider the pick.
Right. This is when moving on is not enough. I'm kidding. It always is. But anyway, guys, yeah, sometimes it's just going to come down to character comfort, you know, and Vermilion might actually just pick up that Devil Jin, wants to get that steam going again, because wouldn't it be a sad sight to see that he just had so much going for him early on today that it'd be a sudden halt in the wall of Jason.
Yeah, at this point talagang, even though they've gained quite a lot of points already, they want to pile on a little bit more, right? Para lang makuha nila yung safety, because this is the third day and it's crunch time for these players. Especially for Jason though. He's playing with such hunger right now. Pinapakita niya talaga that he wants to survive onto the group stage. He wants these points and he's gonna take it. Even from someone as amazing and as terrifying as Vermilion.
That's right. And man, it's just such a surprise to see that kind of bravado. Like, even we've seen it so many times, but you know what? They keep surprising us, and that's just the beauty of the nationals. Once again, is it time for the comfort pick?
Vermilion seems to be thinking about it. You know, always nice to bring out the comfort pick, but at the same time, technically this is very early sa conference natin, right? And considering yung number of matches na nilalaro nila, bringing out your main so many times just gives the opponent an opportunity to learn how you play it. So that might be running through the minds of our players then right now. Of course, Jason doesn't seem to mind it bringing out that king because he's just gonna adapt to whatever comes his way. But Vermilion probably considering it as well. And as we've seen in the past few days, ina-expand niya yung repertoire niya. Talagang dinadagdagan niya yung mga characters niya. And maybe he has a character that he's confident that can deal with this king na meron si Jason.
That's right. And I think on the other side of the coin too, you bringing out your main constantly is like, adapt to me. I dare you. I dare you. But yeah, like you mentioned, this is such a long league and it can be incredibly grueling. So it could be a nice, how would I put this? Like a mental refresh, you know, to play someone else or to use a different character and just kind of get yourself that extra energy and that extra boost.
Yeah, medyo uso din when it comes to competitive play that to have numerous characters and being able to take a break with your main den, as you mentioned, it's definitely something that's been applied by many players and we've seen it so far here in the Nationals. But eto na, tignan na natin kung ano ang nangyayari. Vermilion sticking with a Julia Chang and still at the Vermilion gates.
Interesting, to say the least, for Vermilion, but once again, that Julia did look really, really good in that first match. So I guess there's no reason to deviate away from it. But Jason, though, I'm sure he's going to be coming into this one with a fresh confidence to step.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit more comfortable considering that he has a 1-win lead over Vermilion. But right now, already both of these players right up in each other's faces. And there it is, Raph. You wanted it and you got it. The giant swing against Vermilion.
That's right, looking like Sorrow there, but Jason a bit more patient this time around. Vermilion landing a bit more hits, but Jason just still has that life lead intact.
Punish from Jason with the cannon from Vermilion's a sidestep into the huge launch. Vermilion gonna be looking good here. Puts Jason in the red and downstairs. Can he take it to the next wall? Not quite, a little bit too far.
See, normally with characters, you're like, do I have to choose between damage or wall carry? Julia's just, yes.
Yeah. I have both. I don't have to worry about that. And Vermilion just showing off what Julia can do right here against Jason.
That's right, and being a bit more nimble this time around, maximizing the fact that he does have a wonderful sidestep to his arsenal. Jason, though, looking for the cheeky mix-up and the adjustment.
Looking good so far. Able to... Both players actually even life right here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Vermilion gets a bit of an edge with that pick. But Jason shoving away at Vermilion. A huge whip punish from Vermilion here. This might take out Jason. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. The wall is right there. And that's 2 rounds for Vermilion.
And Vermilion taking a bit of a squat there just to check if Jason still had a post. Jason is going to come at this round swinging. Taking away the arm of Vermilion. Are we going to see it? No! Let go of me!
The cradle has been denied from us and now Vermilion with a huge launch returning the favor kay Jason. Kinulong niya sa corner. Jason, good movement here. Nakatakas na naman. And these two players just dancing around each other trying to find the right position in this state.
That's right. Once again, Vermilion utilizing that wonderful sidestep, and much to Jason's dismay, he is at the wall now. Guaranteed stuff here. The shotgun mix-up, the shove. Oh, the unblockable! Don't do it.
That was some cheeky stuff from Jason there. I respect the attempt. Pero Vermilion, handang-handa siya dun sa unblockable. That was probably gonna come out of Jason. Ducked it, punished in time, and took the win. So now it's 1 match apiece between our players here.
Right, and honestly, I love the fact that Vermilion just stayed true to his character, or rather his character pick, because we all know he is the Deviljin of PH. And again, the adaptability that these players constantly show us is just such a wonderful sight to see.
Yeah, it shows it. Talagang na-figure out ni Vermilion kung ano yung kailangan niya gawin as Julia Chang against the King. And he was a lot more prepared this time around. He knew, he applied so much movement, got a lot of those whiff punishes onto Jason, and now he's brought it to the final game between these two. Now Jason has the choice. Is he gonna be bringing out the Cooler King?
I have to agree with you on that one, you know. The Cooler King, I like that. And that is because it is 100% true. Once again, ladies and gents, Horikun spitting out facts.
You just like that because you... But yes, definitely the Cooler King. Personally, of course, Armor King gonna be an interesting pick against this character because a lot more brawl type, as we like to mention. Talagang among the two kings, he's the one who prefers striking the most. And personally, as an Armor King main, Raph, how do you feel about the matchup against Julia?
As an Armor King player, I am always suffering from bad matchups. But like I said, Armor King is the type of character to be a lot more stable. Does have, I would say, not as many setups as King, but his whiff punishment, I would have to say, is a lot better with F2-1 still being present, Dark Upper being there, and the way that Jason, or rather, the way Vermilion has been spacing himself could present this opening for Jason to throw that big boy out there.
There it is. It does come out. The Armor King is here. S+ is on both sides. Dun sa stats nila. Violet system stage, pretty big. And when it comes to wall carry, definitely Julia would have the edge here.
That's right. And we all know what Julia can do. We've seen it in the previous match. We've seen her do a lot of crazy things, but Armor King is no slouch himself when it comes to wall carry and just raw open space damage. The question is Armor King's below average sidestep going to be the death of him in this matchup?
Oh, that might be worrisome para kay Jason because as we saw earlier, talagang magalaw si Vermilion and somehow Jason's both of these players were wrestling for the right positioning in the stage. So Jason might be a little bit in trouble when it comes to that department. And now Vermilion, look at this, half health already gone on Jason.
That's right, Jason though still has a lot of explosive tools in his arsenal, but Vermilion keeping it patient. He understands this, breaks away from the giant swing. Here he goes, another step into another mid.
Trying to get that wall bounce. Vermilion thinks that Jason will be ducking sometime soon. Does not get the wall splat that he wanted, and Jason is in the red. Gonna be having that damage here. The shotgun puts a stop to his movement. Jason has to think about what he needs to do.
That's right, and quick, he only has 14 seconds here. Oh, the big counter hit! This is his chance. What is gonna happen here? Oh, no! My goodness!
Drop, and no! The shotgun comes out, and Vermilion actually takes him out in that first round. Jason, that drop is gonna haunt him for the rest of this match, but he needs to move on because Vermilion is coming for him.
That's right, and looking a lot more stable now is Jason, not getting hit by anything as of the moment, but as I say that, I curse him. I'm sorry, my man. Mabi.
It's your fault, Raph. No, not really, but that's the idea of the choice behind this. Jason gets that blue spark uppercut once again in that combo. Vermilion with a slight life disadvantage here. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Jason not in a very good spot here. The giant swing to switch positions. The break from Vermilion and immediately just repositioning himself. A Hopkins series here.
Once again, the bravado from Vermilion, not caring about those plus frames. Just a bit of a low blow by Jason. But oh, he gets it.
That bow and arrow turning out to be the death of Vermilion in some of these rounds. Jason has the read on it, gets the rage art in this combo, and ties it up one round apiece. Such a tight match between these two players.
Mind you guys, bow and arrow is not the easiest load to see in the world. Now Vermilion trying to condition him, no, Jason takes him for a spin. Oh, no tech.
Tech roll, no, full damage of that giant swing as well. Tries to go for that quick punish. Vermilion pulls the cancel at the last second there. The low comes in. Good punish from Vermilion.
Right, and Jason still holding on to this life lead, and a death sandwich. Satisfy the appetite of Vermilion. To the wall we go.
Oh, tries to go for the low drop kick here for a bit of a conversion. A little bit too late from Vermilion. He is in the red. Julia, with his flurry of offense, is going to be terrifying. The bow and arrow comes out. The kick on the floor. Both players in the red. 20 seconds left. The Taurus cutter. A reversal from the Madman. And Jason takes a second round.
Give me that arm, amigo, and a well-deserved pop-off. But now Vermilion, he's trying to get back at Jason here. Does have the life lead and playing a bit more patient, but Shining Wizard.
A shiny Vermilion is being tested right now. Marunong ka bang pumalas? Are you ready to break those throws? And Jason with a life advantage here. 40 seconds left. Vermilion, however, this uppercut is gonna close the gap.
Oh my goodness, and that wall carry is absolutely insane. The Mad Axis misses its mark, and Jason gives him a bit of a forearm smash, but that hop kick will not land. Yeah, robbery by Jason! Oh! No way!
The Shining, that was an insane series of attacks right there. The exchange between these two players. People just dropping stuff at the last second, but still Jason coming out on top in the end.
The sauce, I'm telling you. It's crazy. Jason is like, yeah, I had that planned out. And once again, Messiah returns for his second dub in that set. Congratulations to Jason. Now, Vermilion, though, still looking really good with that, Julia. That is going to be a bit of a passive threat, and we're going to be seeing more of that in the highlights.
Yeah, very amazing stuff on that Julia Chang, especially against the King. Earlier on, of course, Jason did fantastic to the King as well, dealing with this Julia Chang of Vermilion. And presence of mind to convert anytime that they have the opportunity to, and just take advantage of their resources, like that rage drive right there. Amazing stuff from Jason.
Once again, I love, we'll get to that. I was about to talk about that quote-unquote drop from the last round, but this was excellent awareness by Jason here. And Vermilion really strung his stuff, did redeem himself by picking the stage and the same character, taking that dub over Jason, at least for that moment.
Yeah, dito nagpakita yung adaptive capability ni Vermilion. And it just showed how well he was able to adapt to the King. But here, when nilabas ni Jason yung Armor King, it's a completely different game. And it was a pretty close match though. Vermilion still brought the fight to Jason, but Jason, with his Armor King, seemed a lot more comfortable.
That's right, and again, Vermilion looked like Omni-Man there. Think, Jason, think. What will you have after this drop? I have this setup. Oh man, look at this. That's crazy.
That is like a Jason signature, right? Going for the reversal and then counter hit rising 2. It's like the setup that he's, at least that's the setup that I've known him for here in the Nationals, and just pulling it off at that last moment. It's crazy. When it all mattered the most, he went for it.
That's right. Once again, the cooler King prevails. And if you think about it, none of the things he did was guaranteed. But he did it anyway. You want to know why? Because he's cool.
Yeah, very cool. And congratulations once again to Jason for taking that win. Amazing matches so far. Nakatatlo na tayo. Pero there's more coming our way. For now, we'll be taking a short break. Kami ang inyong mga casters, Porukun and Raph. More Tekken sa aming pagbabalik dito lang sa The Nationals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Nationals, where once again you are joined by me, Raph, and of course the sexiest Ganryu main in the land, Porukun.
Really? that is a very generous description, Raph.
It's true.
Thank you so much. Thank you. But of course, sexiest Armor King main right here. Then, but let's take enough about that. Let's take a look at our current standings here in the Nationals right now, because so much has already gone by, and the rankings have moved quite a bit.
Moved by a bit is such an understatement, as again the Omega Boys have shot their stock by so much. Meanwhile, a lot of the other players have not really caught up yet, but still we have a lot more Tekken to play. And you can see Jules is leading the pack with 14, Maru with 13, Machinehead with 12, Vermilion with 11, Kunicat with 9, and AK with 8.
Yeah, medyo malinis yung points dun sa taas, like 14, 13, 12, 11. But now check out the second half of our rankings here. Sidesteplance still stuck at 8. Coffee Prince moving up. Medyo nahabol na niya si Sidesteplance at 8 points. Hapon at 6. Gold Standard, the teammates of the STIE Olympians side to side, 6 and 5. And Jason at 4 points. That is very important for him, those points that he gained earlier. And Don Argus yet to have his chance to get some points here, but will soon enough.
Once again, just talking about the points, the race has only become tighter and tighter. You can see people are trying to overtake as quickly as they can. And talking about Don Argus trying to redeem his points, he will be the next to fight in the matchup between him and AK.
Oh, yeah, he has a huge hill to climb here, especially after if you see his results 1-8 against AK and Don Argus with his Eliza. Alam nating malakas siya, pero at the same time, AK has been dealing with him quite well.
That's right. And again, every single person on this roster, every single player we have are absolute killers. But AK has proven time and time again that he is in a league of his own. So now Don Argus, though, newly and improved, very, very shiny with a new coat of paint. Can he exercise his, I would say, greatest demon?
Yeah, this is it seems to be the tale earlier on, at least for Coffee Prince. But now let's see if Don Argus, his teammate, can follow through with the same thing. Here is Don Argus, Eliza main that we know that he's a beast on Eliza, has yet to bring out the Heihachi. But on the other side, we have Laos Playbook Eagles AK, who is known for his Shaheen, has brought out some interesting stuff in this season, including Kuma and Akuma. And earlier on, suffered a defeat against Coffee Prince.
That is indeed very true. And it's amazing one letter can do. You can go from a bear to a demon. But again, look at them. All smiles still from AK. Don Argus as well, looking to just try to conquer this. And I see that wine glass, sir. I see the royalty. Don't try to hide it.
May onting power tonic nandyan sa gilid. But both of these players looking nice and comfy in this match. AK probably hot right now and just waiting to get a chance to get more points, especially after the loss that he experienced earlier. Medyo matindi yung nangyaring defeat. And he was using Akuma, which is one of his main characters that he's used in the past years to win tournaments.
That's right, and we've seen his Akuma do insane stuff like winning around with using nothing but pistol squats, make the most insane comebacks, break all 3 tatami walls, win a national style, you name it, AK has done so much with this character, so it was a little surprising to say the least for him to maybe just stumble a bit earlier. But again, that is not to discredit any of our competitors here.
That's just how good Coffee Prince played earlier in today's matches. But right now, he's going to be up against Don Argus, really struggling in the leaderboards right now, pero at the same time, definitely showed his worth in his past matches. Talagang lumalaban siya against some of his opponents. It so happens na nalalamangan siya when it comes to the end. But let's see if he can make the adjustment here in the third day ng ating play-ins.
That's right, and if I'm not mistaken, Don Argus has a little bit more guidance on his side of the battlefield as well, so that could potentially be one of his X factors. Now, again, this matchup, on paper, it really does seem like it is really heavily in the favor of AK, but we are in a league that is full of surprises.
Yeah, definitely. And one of those surprises is AK bringing back the martial law. Talagang, he's not pulling any punches right now. This is the character that he's used in the early days nitong the nationals natin, and has won him so many wins as well. So hindi niya ina-underestimate si Don Argus. He's gonna be taking this match seriously.
That's right, and AK looking to start the onslaught of the dragon, but Don Argus is gonna be the first to take a big counter hit here, or rather give a big counter hit.
Oh, jumps right over that low, gets the wall bounce. Don Argus on a tear in the first few seconds here, but that huge block on that TP. AK babawi ngayon pagdating sa damage. The dragon cannon just puts a huge chunk of Don Argus away.
Of course, now Don Argus has been put in the timeout corner, but AK giving him a little space to work here. Reverses the ultimate tackle, gives him a right hook. No dice on that attack throw.
Not quite good from Don Argus, paying so much attention against it here. Hindi niya pinalampas yung high. Niyukuan niya, and with the punish as well. 1 round for Don Argus.
That's right, Don Argus looking really, really strong as of the moment, but that Dragon Hammer is gonna land. AK collecting the plus frames and the tricky stuff. None of them have spaced out so far. They just want to get in each other's faces.
And Don Argus actually finds the face that he's looking for, carries AK straight to the wall, into the corner here. AK trying to wiggle out, manages to do so, gets a DF2 and gets a mini combo right there as well. Both players with equal health, but not anymore. Don Argus gets a huge launch.
He gets a somersault flip, whatever that thing is called. He got one too. Now AK is on the back foot of this exchange, but no, he's in the red. He finishes the string, but gets tripped over by Don Argus.
The Horizon Ring, the long legs of Eliza finding the ankles of AK here, but AK starting it off strong in this round with that combo, bringing Don Argus straight to the wall, trying to stuff him out right there.
Whoa, again, the crazy stuff is happening in this league full of surprises. Now AK with a slide to swap positions, the DP, but no! The hop kick, the down 4-2 from last week still hit Don Argus straight on the jaw.
Oh, burns the EX meter. Don Argus making full use of his meter right here. Catches him with a mini combo as well. Now Don Argus has to face a raging AK here. Both players actually in the red right now. 20 seconds left on the clock. Trying to be patient. Moving back and forth between each other. The low parry! Don Argus messes up the dive kick and AK recovers instantly. Gets his own round.
Again, a bit of a heartbreak there for Don Argus, but AK trying to strut his stuff here on Don Argus, being a bit more observant of the spacing, but that down jab is going to keep things very, very tight. At the 3+4, the bicycle kick.
Such an amazing whiff punisher from AK, from martial law actually, and AK putting it to good use, even at hip range from time to time. Talagang ang ganda ng spatial awareness ni AK, but Don Argus, however, on the other hand, will be getting a combo right now, drops it a little bit, good block on the slide, and is going to be able to convert.
Right, if I'm not mistaken, that was 14 frames of fun, but now AK is in a bit of a pickle here as Don Argus is still trying to pick his opponent apart. He does up no meter, but the big whiff into the bigger whiff punish.
Oh my goodness, a strong showing here from Don Argus and this Eliza getting the right reads and the right plays against AK right here, taking the first match. This is an amazing development path.
It indeed is. Once again, those picks today, the pick'ems are gonna be in a bit of a tight spot and in shambles, especially with the way everybody has been performing.
Yeah, it's it's been at the back of my mind thinking that Don Argus is gonna be ramping it up one of these days and he's gonna be bringing the fight because we know he can do that. Nakita natin niya in the last days of the previous season, he can definitely bring the fight to our pros. Pero right now, medyo napaaga. Nailabas na niya ngayon yung kayanan niya on this Eliza, and he has the momentum going for him now. AK still shaky right there. Maganda yung performance ni AK actually, but Don Argus was playing out of his mind.
Out of his mind, and honestly, like as Kid mentioned, or I think it was young Rafiki who mentioned, I completely forgot how Eliza's default costume looked like because we've only ever seen Don Argus rock that battle armor.
Yeah, plus 100 defense yan. High level armor yan for Eliza actually. And it really, this is just an amazing showing so far for Don Argus. Now AK, is he going to be making a switch? This is one of his best picks, yung martial law, and it just lost to Don Argus right now, so he has to reconsider his choice.
Again, he does have a lot to think. Whoa.
Oh.
Bird time.
Well, it's bird time. Maglilipara ng mga characters dito. Is this still Tekken? Yes, it is, but it's Geese against Don Argus's Eliza here, and we're going to the Island Paradise.
I thought you were gonna say it's Geese from Tekken. Technically, you're not wrong. But oh boy, you are gonna upset a lot of people, and AK choosing the fly costume at the beach. Meanwhile, Don Argus looks very well prepared.
Yeah, talagang belong yung costume ngayon ni Don Argus dito. But now, let's see if AK can definitely put Eliza in his place with this Geese pick. Trying to maintain some distance muna ngayon. Good whip punch under the Dark Wave. But Don Argus with that crouch jab into the Dark Sword.
Right, down 4-2 and yet another Eagle Claw. Try and fish out something for Don, or rather AK, but Don Argus has been holding strong. Back one just to check. Oh, one more.
Down 3, just trying to get some pokes in there. AK with a 1-1 to Don Argus, jabs him right out of the air, carries to the wall, masyadong malapit, but still gets the Dark Tempest onto AK. Gotta be careful of those ankles kapag may EX si Eliza right here. Trying to find the finish here is Don Argus. 10 seconds left on the clock. AK trying to make something happen. The back 3-2 connects.
Oh, great.
Once again, it did look like the suit was giving Geese a bit of a chafe, but no, it looks like he's very, very nimble at the beach, taking that round away from Don Argus, but Don Argus will land the first shot with that little red Replukin of hers.
Don Argus jumped over the floor shark. Definitely a 3D fighting game right here, coming in from Don Argus. AK with a combo here, takes it downstairs.
That's right, the Dark Wave will eventually be punished here, but AK still pushing towards the wall. Don Argus has to get out of this. Otherwise, this is going to be a big combo, but no, goes for the setup instead.
Not looking, that was an interesting opportunity for AK. Gets the jump in though and finishes him off with that 10 frame. Now that's 2 straight rounds for AK. Don Argus has to recover and has to put a stop to AK.
Right, and AK or Geese is looking a little wild right now. He does have meter and he will spend it. All that money in the bank and he's gonna take her to the wall.
Oh my goodness, Geese doing Geese things as usual. Now AK cannot let Don Argus out of here, but that EX dive kick from Don Argus carries to the wall. Sakto lang, they're not able to get that wall combo here. Now AK, onti na lang yung life advantage niya.
Right, and he is hunting for that back 3-2, and it's going to be the standing 2 instead to seal the deal for AK in this Token Beach episode of the Nationals.
Every series needs a beach episodes, and that just so happens to be not just a beach episode, but also AK's episode right there, taking that win over Don Argus. Just amazing at punishing those projectiles after when it comes to 2D characters. He did the exact same thing against, I think it was Hapon in their Geese mirror match. Like, land shark, dash in 2, because he knows that he's already sidestepped and it's gonna whip anyways, and that was just some amazing Tekken from AK.
That's right, and as you can see, it is a very, very windy situation outside from all the strength of all the wings of the Geese, you know, trying to blow out my window. Once again, AK looking very, very strong in honestly, one of the unexpected picks. I thought he would have gone for the Shaheen because who else is after Law? Apparently, it's Geese.
Yeah. Yet another 2D character in AK's arsenal apparently. Mukhang mas okay yung ano niya ngayon, yung galaw niya with this character. And if you compare the two, right? Earlier on, nakita natin yung Akuma. AK did not quite fare well with the character. But moving on to the Geese, medyo mas solid na siya. And the main difference, I think, is the meter usage. Medyo mas mahirap gawin yung kay Akuma compared to Geese.
That's right, and Geese has access to that standing 2 way more often than Akuma ever has because of, well, a lot of well-deserved nerfs, because we all know what Akuma was capable of in the previous seasons. But now we are going to go for an infinite Azure. We've gone past the beach stage, and now we are here.
Yeah, gabi na, oras na para mag-bonfire. Pero let's see kung sino yung masusunog dito sa dalawang to. Is it going to be Geese or is it going to be Eliza? Don Argus or AK? It's the final match.
Show me that power.
That's right, and now you can see that he has his boss attire on. Meanwhile, once again, Don Argus with that battle-ready attire and that battle-ready punish, already landing a considerable amount on AK.
Yeah, does not get the dive kick at the end right there, but still jabs AK out of the air. Gonna have a second life at that combo, makes full use of it. Now AK trying to find some pokes here, gets a knockdown on Don Argus.
And a knockdown indeed, as there's still 40 seconds left into this round. Meanwhile, AK with the flash punches, trying to cash in just a bit of damage. The meter is building up for both these players, though.
Good punish from Don Argus. He does have the meter, as you said, Raph. Pwede na niyang gamitin niya yan, pero the question is, how is he gonna use it? Is it gonna be a get out of jail free card with the EXDP? No, not quite. It's a EX dive kick instead.
Right, and a back 3-2, the fabled with punish is right here and is ready to seal the deal for at least this round.
Round 2.
Oh my god, shades of season 1 with Geese. Talagang back 3 ang laro with Geese back then. And right now, AK putting good use to the move once again with his character.
That's right, but another beautiful sidestep here by Don Argus gets stuffed by AK. Oh, caught pressing here with another World Star neutral exchange.
Oh god, the opportunities here. Don Argus catches the float, but still did some damage here. The flash punch from AK comes in. Backswing blow, punish from AK. Don Argus on a prayer right now, living on a sliver of health. The heavy dive kick comes out. Don Argus trying to dodge those fireballs, tries to go for the slide as well, but AK ready with the block.
That's right, and he was already halfway there with that comeback, but AK was not to be denied of that round. He does have meter of his own here, and he does have the damage advantage. Now, it looks like they're a bit more patient as Don Argus knows what's around the corner.
AK trying to predict what's around the corner as well, tries to go for that mid parry. Not gonna get anything though. Both players throwing their projectiles in the distance, trying to play it very 2D.
That's right, in a 3D fighting game known as Tekken, ladies and gents, for everyone watching, but still, AK losing half health already. Meanwhile, the clock is already winding down. Oh my goodness, what was that?
Oh, it's definitely not something that Don Argus was expecting, but AK was ready for the retaliation here. 15 seconds left on the clock. Don Argus goes for it twice, gets the counter hit and the round.
Don Argus has one on the board, and again, this is not gonna be, well, it's gonna be a difficult hill to climb, but the odds not insurmountable. Don Argus though, still trying to fish for something. Meanwhile, AK slowly filling up that lemonade jar.
Yeah, that's true. Working on that second meter, gets it immediately. Now Don Argus is sitting on one bar of his own. Pwede pa niyang gamitin right now for the defense or the offense here, but both players backing away for now.
That is indeed an AK with a big parry into big damage here. Again, that Moon Slicer is very, very welcome, and ooh, I love this combo. Goes for something crazy on the Oki, but no dice on Don Argus.
Oh, tries to go for something here, spends all of the meter on that Bloody Horn. 15 seconds left, the back 3-2. Don Argus walks right into it, and AK secures his second match against Don Argus. Perfectly placed back 3-2, well played on that Geese Howard.
And Don Argus was actually posing for the camera there, despite what you were thinking, guys. And once again, great showing by both these players. AK being calm and collected as he is, did finally make that adjustment, got the bird out of its cage, did bird things.
Just bird things, making Geese, Geese doing Geese things and just ruining people's days with what he can do. But yeah, it was no joke actually what AK was able to do with that Geese Howard. Obviously showed a mastery of the character, and Don Argus at the same time really put the fight to AK. Nakita natin in the first match earlier. So props to both of these players. Let's take a look at what happened and what they were able to do with their picks.
Right, and this is where Don Argus really shined. He took the pit bullying to AK here, and again, that is not easy to do, especially with such a decorated law.
Don Argus was ready for the highs, able to just get the punishes, land the hits where they belong, like that Horizon ring, hold range as well. So even the interrupts from Don Argus was on point.
That's right, and this is where the momentum really started to shift for AK. We saw him be a bit more confident with his parries, and even more so moving forward into Infinite Azure too. Just look at that Geese damage. Mind you guys, this is already nerf damage as well.
Yeah, that's just how how amazing of damage Geese can do, especially when they have meters. Yung mga 2D characters, they have that meter for a reason. They have to build it up though. So, and yung isa sa mga adjustments ni Geese, medyo tumagal yung pag-build up ng meter niya. So that's the way they balance it. But he still can do so much damage.
And look at that, right on cue with so much damage. Actually, I've never seen this setup before, and honestly, that's the crazy thing about the Nationals. They're gonna pull out the crazy setups, and they're not gonna pull any punches.
Yeah, that was definitely the case, and it was an amazing spectacle for everyone. That is amazing. So congratulations to AK for that win. But we're moving on to our next match between Jason and Hapon. So let's take a look. Jason, nakita natin siya earlier on. Nilabas niya si King, nilabas niya si Armor King as well. Two fantastic results.
That's right, fantastic indeed, and incredibly flashy as he conquered one of his, I would say, demons as well in the form of Vermilion. But this time around, he is going to be looking at the view from the afternoon in Hapon.
Yeah, that is a good catch there, Raph. Upon yet another one of our pros here. We've seen him use Geese actually as well. And then Eddie Gordo, he's brought out the Eddie Gordo earlier in this competition, but he also has that Leroy pick just waiting in case that he needs it. So this is going to be an interesting match for Jason.
That's right. And talking about that Eddie Gordo, we know Hapon's Eddie Gordo is massive. The way he just approaches the character mastery in itself. But again, his Geese is no slouch. We've seen him rob a lot of people with his patience and his general turtle style of play.
Very calculated. Yung parang experience kapag kalaban mo si Hapon. He takes time to actually think about what he needs to do. And I think definitely Jason is going to be able to deal with that within his own way, especially with some of his tricks and just his mastery of his characters with King and Armor King. And that's going to be a pain in the neck of Hapon. Marami siya pag-iisipan kapag kalaban niya si Jason.
That's right. And I love how I hope they didn't coordinate that. They're like, yeah, let's throw both our hands in the air and make it look like it's a uniform thing. But all right, I'm going to do it too, just to complete the circle. But yeah, again, Jason is one of the trickiest players we've seen, especially with the setups we've seen today and just the sheer cojones to do it.
Not just the setups, there's also the chain throws coming out. And yeah, Hapon already has a lot on his mind because of his character choices, right? Meron siyang Geese, meron siyang Leroy, meron siyang Eddie Gordo. Those characters, they take a lot of brain power to fully utilize. And now ngayon, dadagdag pa si Jason. It's gonna be a huge test on Hapon's knowledge and presence of mind in this match.
Right, and man, just to see someone as incredibly stable and patient like Hapon, a lap monster, go against someone that is a bit more on the creative and more experimental side on Jason is just going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless.
I just wonder kung sino kaya yung unang ilalabas ni Jason, right? He's brought out the King, he's brought out the Armor King as well. But at the same time, yes, as we mentioned earlier, a few other interesting picks with Kunimitsu and Steve, but I'm not sure he can afford to actually do that against Hapon.
That's right. Like we mentioned, Hapon is a very diligent player. You know, he has his notes and he sticks true to them. And again, just for peeps who don't know this, Hapon has also coached in the previous season, so he also has that additional perspective right on lock.
Yeah. Definitely a different approach, right? Talagang minsan nakakatulong din yun eh. You have an outside experience. It helps you see things a little bit more differently, and it definitely will help out Hapon. But let's see their picks right now. Oh, immediately goes for the Armor King for Jason.
Well, this is interesting because Armor King does have that down back 2-4 to immediately launch Hapon if he chooses to go relax stance or handstand. So this is one of the few miracles that is known as a good matchup for Armor King.
Really? You think this is a good matchup according to your experience?
Oh my gosh. Yes. I was gonna say that. Yes.
Yes. But yeah, it is true. It's a down back 2-4. Definitely gonna help him out, poke Hapon out of the relaxed stance. But let's see what he's gonna be able to do for real in this match. Both these players, their defenses are holding up, but there's a down back 2-4 you were talking about.
Right, and now Jason looks to be the aggressor as Hapon will hit him with the slippery kicks, but the big headbutt into the bigger stomp.
Oh my goodness, the offense from Jason right now, stuffing out Hapon and goes for the power crush. He knows na marami pa siyang buhay. He can risk it all and still make it work. Jason with the first round.
Right, and Jason tried to go for a dark upper there, but Hapon did the signature slipperiness right in action here, going for another low, but the counter hit. A bit of a fair exchange here.
Well, down back 2 knocks him out of the RLX once again. No float this time. Jason recognizes that. Upon slight life advantage so far, the jabs is gonna help him out, but a counter hit Heron Bago, and that might be it for Jason. Yes, it is. The spike and the guaranteed on the floor, 1 round apiece.
That's right, and Hapon looking to set the fire under Jason's feet with that unfortunate firefly toss for Jason, but now here they are. Once again, a bit more patient approach to this round.
Very compact, these two really minding. what they're gonna be throwing out, trying to get those small chips of damage. Medyo onting pitik lang dito, and Jason finds an opportunity, drops the combo, but still the death sandwich to salvage the damage.
That's right, and to the wall we go into the blackjack combination. Is he gonna stand up? Yes, he does. But oh, the armor move from Armor King.
Jason not scared of throwing out that armor move because he knows marami pa siya throw. A reversal was that?
Give me your arm, amigo. Tries to go for a whiff punish here. The relaxed stance will crush the jab of Jason. Jason still going for a lot of those down back 2-4s, but here we go, the back 1-2.
Second hit pulls the trigger even though it's a whip. That's a umpisa. Good punish on the Martello. Gets the giant swing in the middle of Hapon's attack. No tech and all the damage in his face. Jason takes the first game.
Takes it fairly convincingly as well, Toru. Like we mentioned, that is a bit of a tricky matchup on the side of Hapon. Now Hapon, though, he does have the luxury of picking out from the variety of characters he has.
He has to think about it kasi obviously handang-handa si Jason with this matchup. He was ready for the down back twos. Alam niya kapag RLX si pakihiga na si Eddie, isisingit niya down back 2-4. Obviously, he was ready for the whole thing. And the daringness of Jason as well, when kapag nasa corner na si Hapon, just using those armored moves to prevent any sort of retaliation from Hapon, that is some amazing stuff.
That's right, and just to go on a tangent here, Hapon wearing that mask, keeping safe. Hopefully you guys too stay safe, boys and girls. Now back to the Nationals, here we are. Now, like we mentioned, Hapon does have a variety, a plethora of characters. Honestly, looking at the way Jason has adapted to him, this is going to be a very meaningful choice because he is going to be stuck with this character moving forward.
One of the disadvantages kapag natalo ka dun sa first game, right? You get to change immediately, but you have to stick with that character for the rest of the series. So definitely an important decision for Hapon this time around. Jason will have the opportunity later on in case na matalo siya. So he is definitely at an advantage that he did win by taking the first game. I wonder kung sinong ilalabas ngayon ni Hapon.
I would want to take a guess, and yet again, we might see another bird, geese from Tekken.
Yeah, I think that might be a better choice in this situation. I think, and definitely one of the comfort picks that Hapon brings out in case that the Eddie Gordo does not quite work. But who knows? Maybe it's a Leroy, or maybe a Facomram. Oh,
he sticks with his guns.
Oh, okay. And still goes for the Eddie Gordo, but now opts for an open stage in the form of Infinite Azure. Wants all the space to get away from Jason.
Again, that really is the plan for him. Again, the interesting thing about this matchup too is that Armor King is very linear as a character. He has a lot of tracking issues, but unfortunately for Eddie, he just has a non-existent sidestep. Oh my gosh.
Low parry out of Jason right there. And now, small combo here, a huge chunk off of Hapon. Giant swing comes in and Hapon breaks it.
Breaks it indeed, and Hapon, the victim of another low parry, but a counter hit down 3. Another parry!
Jason, talagang hindi siya natatakot with the parries right there. A deep, dark uppercut coming in from Jason and immediately takes the first round with that. Amazing stuff so far. Gets a mid rumble there as well from Hapon. Gonna be able to convert.
He didn't have to do that. He did not have to do that. He could have gone for a Burning Hammer, but it don't matter. Jason will do it, and for good reason.
If it gives better damage, because why not, right? And for sure, mukhang gamay na gamay talaga ni Jason yung combo na yun. Instant Shining Wizard after a jab here. Now, Hapon does have a slight advantage here, if I'm not mistaken. Both players almost equal life at 30 seconds left. The back one, put trigger on the second hit, so no combo.
Jason will be on the receiving end of a bit of a combo here in Hapon. He does have Rage available. Trying to press this luck a bit too much here. Did Hapon press? No, he did not.
Yeah, good patience from Hapon, aware of the rage situation that Jason is in. Baka lumabas yung rage art or yung rage drive. Just stay patient right there. And now it's one round apiece.
Right, Hapon still trying to piece together some sort of retaliation from Jason here. This time Jason has the life lead and has all the room in the world to backdash away.
Yeah, playing the game that Hapon wants to be playing here in this stage. Kaya niya pinili yung open space. Gusto niya makalayo kay Jason, but Jason is the one who is getting the damage here now. Hapon getting that, but Jason catches him in the RLX.
He didn't have to do that part 2, but he did it anyway. Now Hapon, he's getting chased down. The delayed hop kick here, the down jab into the stab of death.
Oh my goodness, Jason, so good at landing that counter hit now, is 1 round away from getting even more points. A solid 3 points from Hapon, but Hapon has something to say about it. He's fighting back.
Right, and now going for the tricky stuff is Hapon. Jason though, trying to press the attack, went for the jazz hands, but no, Hapon went low.
Not this time around, says Hapon. Not even enough time to get the counter hit there. But now Jason catches him with that long range down back 2-4. Hapon trying to back away. Jason with the low poke. The throw and no break from Jason.
Right, and what's for breakfast is the back of this booth. Now this is looking a lot more competitive on the side of Hapon. Challenging those minuses here. But a beautiful throw break by Lord Jason himself.
Yeah, amazing presence of mind from Jason, but Hapon looking good so far. Pinapakita na naman yung iba ng mga pros natin dito sa the Nationals. Hindi nagpapatalo kay Jason. There's another throw and Jason with no break.
Right now, Hapon chipping away at Jason. Beautiful duck there. Try to go for the tricky stuff as well. Oh, but no, Hapon understands that he has the life lead, has to do nothing but just defend. Jason being a little more concerned here though.
Yeah, he needs to chase down Hapon for sure. Tries to go for a throw. Hapon was ready for it. Blocks the low. A little bit ambitious on the punish there. But now Jason slowly catching up to Hapon. But there's only 13 seconds left on the clock. Oh no.
Right. Oh no, 10 seconds. Once again, it's entering the point of no return. Jason only has 1 stick. He goes for it. Is this gonna crash? Oh my goodness, and Winston's dead!
From Hapon. You know, I thought that was going to connect. I thought Hapon went for a low out of RLX, but apparently it's just very similar in animation. It just rolls to the side and was ready for the punish on that rage art. Now Hapon has tied it up.
Remember when I said Armor King has tracking issues? Well, there you go. Not even his rage art is safe, but here we are, ladies and gents. 1 apiece. Now Jason has the luxury of picking the other Jaguar or picking out a potential surprise pick.
Yeah, that is, it's definitely his decision right now to make that change as we discussed earlier. But right now, honestly, ang ganda talaga ng performance ng Armor King niya, and I'm not sure he wants to step away from that because it looks good. Maybe reverse yung decision ni Hapon to go for an infant stage and go for something a little bit more cramped where he can really suffocate Hapon and just bring the fight to him.
That's right, and this is just a bit of a footnote as well. It's crazy how there's this level of strategy in such a high level of Tekken. You know, normally when you look at stages, it's just, do I want a wall or not, or do I think the stage is pretty? But again, there's just legitimate strategic value at this point.
Yeah, they're making full use of everything. Hindi lang yung character nila, right? They're really good with their characters, but at the same time, making full use of everything else inside the game. The clock, the stage, and sometimes even the cameraman for some reason, for those people who are able to do that. Pero at the top of Tekken talaga, you need to squeeze out everything that you can from everything that you can that can give you the edge.
That's right, and you can see that this has been a battle that's been neck and neck, and honestly at this point it's just a toss-up who's gonna win. Jason has looked incredibly impressive. Hapon looked incredibly impressive with this comeback, and I think at this point it's just gonna come down to mental fortitude. Who will come out as a mentally untouchable?
Yeah, down to their choices, their composure in the match, because that was just insanely close. Both of these players, nagagawa nila yung gusto nilang gawin with the characters, and they're able to counterplay against each other so well. And I'm just excited to see the same matchup again. But of course, Jason has the choice. Let's see if he made it.
Let's see here. He made the right one, hopefully. Although we do have an extra wall to break here. This is going to extend both these players' damage potential. And I'd have to say though, this is a little unrelated, but a lot of people seem to agree this is by far the worst stage music in the entire game.
I agree. This is the reason kung bakit nakamute yung Tekken 7 ko. Inalis ko yung music. It's because of this stage. And other stages are fine, but this just really grinds my gears.
It's incredibly irritating. Like that whiff, it's gonna irritate Jason as Hapon. It's just slowly chipping away here. That Stinkfoot coming in to connect with a shoulder follow-up. And now Hapon playing around with his rhythm as well.
Good punishment so far for Jason. Hapon once again gets that throw. Jason not breaking that. Probably has to be careful next time.
Careful indeed as he down jabs his way out of the corner here. What was that? I saw the two duck under, but the shoulder is here to save the day.
Manages to get out of that corner. Good throw break from Jason. Saves himself. Hapon not quite in the red, but Jason does have that rage to use. The long low from Hapon, however, takes him out before he can use it, and that's one round for STIE Olympians Hapon.
Right, Hapon trying to build a lead here. Beautiful punish on that back 1-2. Don't let him get away with that. The dark upper gets stuck, and the launch is here with still a lot more damage to be left on the table, unfortunately.
Yeah, and no walls broken just yet. Mini combo from Hapon off of that knockdown. Jason not in rage yet. Breaks the throw this time. Learned his lesson. Now, Hapon trying to find the finish.
Right, oh, but gets floated out. Jason is right outside of rage though, so he is in a precarious situation. But now he's here. Hapon though gives him a bit of a brain chop.
Oh, Hapon in a really good spot, trying to make use of his movement, but Jason being careful. The low parry. What amazing reflexes from Jason here. Trying to push Hapon straight to the other side. Rising for Hapon wake up. Hapon wards off Jason and now is one round away from taking him out.
That's right, and this music is only degrading into something incoherent mess. But not these players. They are still incredibly composed.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would be in the same situation dialing out some music, but still Jason finding the spot that he wants with this stage with Hapon next to the wall. But Hapon manages to wiggle out again. Reversal.
Oh, another big whiff, but the big stomp into the guaranteed follow-up here. Hapon with a big launch, potential comeback here. 30 seconds, still has a lot of time to do it, and big damage.
The trip as well. He's piling on, Ralph. Burns the rage drive. What's the mix-up? Jumping jacks once again. Second mix-up. The follow-up on the floor. And the low legs of Hapon takes out Jason in 3 rounds. Amazing with the Eddie Gordo and Jason. Oh my goodness, that was a close fight, but Hapon pulls through.
Right. Again, Hapon's stable nature to just not falter in such a dynamic offense in the form of Jason really won him the day here. Now, it does look like they're still, trying to gear up for whatever is to come, but again, congratulations to Hapon, but still big kudos to Jason maximizing his knowledge on that matchup.
Yeah, that was pretty intense, right? Hindi siya nagpalit ng character, stuck with the Armor King, which I think worked pretty well. The problem would have to be the stage choice, but we're gonna see that later on. Let's take a look at what else happened in their match earlier on.
And like we said, that down back 2-4 is gonna get a lot of mileage. We saw Jason just do so much work, and we even saw his execution get red hot for a second there. But knowing Hapon is the one to douse that.
Mm-hmm. The analytical thinking ni Hapon when it comes to situations, he's super calm in competition, and he just managed to adapt after in this whole matchup. But earlier on, Jason did fantastic, and this is what you were talking about, right? The red hot execution of Jason.
Exactly, and again, Jason is no slouch, but like you mentioned, Hapon was playing 4D chess, and the Rage Art has actually killed Jason twice in the same set, which is truly unfortunate.
Yeah, that's just one of the risks talaga kapag gagamit ka ng Rage Art, you need to get a good read or a really good window on your opponent. It so happens that, especially this one, you'd think that it was a good opportunity, but apparently it was not. So Hapon with a good patience there to stay on the ground and just roll to the side.
That's right, like you said, a good read, or in that situation, a good hitbox, but this comeback was disgusting by Hapon. The momentum was in his favor and did not let it go.
actually reversed the decision and to use the wall, because it was Jason's decision to go for a walled stage, but it was Hapon who managed to take advantage of it. So congratulations to him for getting that win. But now let's move on to our next match, and it's going to be once again STIE Olympians Hapon against Don Argus.
That's right, and this head-to-head still is in the favor of the more analytical assassin in the form of Hapon, but we know what Don Argus can do. He is incredibly explosive and such an unpredictable challenger.
Definitely the case. He's fought amazing matches, though have been struggling to get that win that he so sorely needs, but maybe this last match of the day is going to be his opportunity. Really a beast on this Eliza.
A beast indeed. And so far, like, honestly, in this region, nobody has come close to what Don Argus has achieved. And the way he's been doing it, it's just that the competition we have on the Nationals is just so tough and so unforgiving. Talking about unforgiving, we just saw what Hapon did to Jason.
Yeah, hindi niya pinatawad yung ball stage na sinabi ni Jason, kukulok kita dito. No, it's the other way around. It's gonna be my stage. That Eddie Gordo, such a terrifying pick, and even the Geese and the Leroy on his side, na hindi niya nilabas, but still, that, just the Eddie, showing his expertise with Eddie was amazing. But on the other side, we have Happy Feet Emperor's Don Argus with the monstrous Eliza that we were just talking about.
That's right, and this is such an interesting predicament too, because if I'm not mistaken, these players have actually swapped teams, not characters. They swapped teams, but again, this is such a familiar stage to them. It's only a matter of how can Hapon douse the fiery offense of Don Argus's Eliza.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting question, right? Because yung Eliza ni Don Argus, it's so hard to put a stop to it once it gets going. And earlier on, nakita natin na medyo on point. Na on point naman actually talaga si Don Argus with the Eliza today. He's feeling good. Looks like he's feeling nice right now. But at the same time, Hapon is fresh off of his win against Jason.
That's right. And Don Argus, the way he plays, you can never truly eliminate an option from him. It'll only slow it down, but again, not necessarily put it to a full halt. And Hapon, though, we know Hapon has complete mastery over his character. We saw he even made Eddie look like a slippery character, not in the traditional sense of sidesteps, but just overall using those evasive moves.
Yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a match here in this matchup between Don Argus and Hapon. Now, I'm not sure about the Eddie Gordo pick against Eliza, right? Because Eliza likes to jump around a lot, and that might not work in favor of the Eddie Gordo. But as we mentioned earlier, he does have that Geese Howard that Don Argus had a bit of trouble earlier on against AK.
Potentially talking about that match as well, I think Hapon could have taken notes from that bout between Don Argus and AK, and potentially will pick Geese to just outright outdamage Eliza.
Could be the case, among the 2D characters talaga in Tekken, Eliza is one of those who falls short when it comes to damage, right? She's gonna do all these complicated things just for very little damage compared to Geese and Akuma.
Again, guys, we are going to see Hapon versus Don Argus, and this is going to be definitely an interesting matchup. But before that, I'd like to thank everyone in the audience. Thank you for hanging on, as well as League Ops, who's doing their best to make everything as smooth as butter. And of course, thanks to the pro players for keeping all these matches incredibly exciting.
Yeah, definitely. It's all thanks to you guys. And yeah, it's just been amazing so far this day number 3, all of which, of course, has been under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusements Board. So thanks din sa kanila. And yeah, once again, we are going to be looking at our last match of the day, which is Hapon versus Don Argus. Oh my goodness, this is going to be intense.
Intense indeed. And if you missed the previous matches, don't forget to tune in on the Nationals on TV. Catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. But now, we are right here, right now, watching a bird fight a vampire.
Yeah, it's like a replay. Parang deja vu lang. I've seen this place before. And Geese Howard, the character that really took
Show
down
me
Don
your
Argus
power.
earlier on in his match against AK, lumabas ngayon in the hands of Hapon.
That's right. And oh my goodness, this is the biggest revelation. And Don Argus not picking his usual set of armor.
Yeah, naka-customization siya ngayon. For once, hindi siya naka-default. But let's see, both of these round number 1, Don Argus versus Hapon.
Right, and it does look like they're a bit more cautious on their spacing. That's a recurring theme, but the big counter hit will be in the hands of Hapon as he takes Don Argus through the wall.
Double the Tekken wants to wake up here. Good punish from Don Argus. Unable to get a follow-up here. Goes for another DP and Hapon with the patience just punishes it cleanly.
Right, and that was a fairly quick first round here. Hapon looking to ride the momentum he built upon himself in his match against Jason here. Don Argus taking a flash punch to the facer, and Hapon trying to step away from whatever options coming his way.
Yeah, being very cautious and at the same time calculating with this. Tries to go for a reversal, but Don Argus gets him with that EX dive.
That's right, he does have meter to spend and very, very close to rage. We'll use the Reppuken just to keep Don Argus slightly away from him, but there's still half a round to play. Don Argus is on the offensive and big whiff punish.
Last chance at down 3. Bilis lang, quick blow from Don Argus evens out the round count for both of these players. Now Don Argus playing a little bit more aggressively here on trying to get that low throw.
Big dive kick here, and it does look like Don Argus' execution is on point. As I say that, Hapon will find a mistimed dive kick and hit him with another flash punch.
An anime type collision there of projectiles here between these two players. This is Tekken, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake. And now look at that, a death impact from Don Argus. Signature choice there. Going for the unblockable. Catches him with a third hit and seals the deal. Don Argus with the second round.
That's right, Don Argus going hard in the paint, posterizing Hapon, but Hapon does have so much resource to make this comeback. We've seen him do it. It looks like he's gonna do it with this guaranteed combo. Oh my lord. Ouch.
You do not want to have Geese behind you. Talagang hindi nakakatakot na situation yun, and Hapon just showed you why. Guaranteed yung buong combo na yun. And now, however, Don Argus is putting the hurt to Hapon. He's catching up slowly but surely.
That's right, both of them are very close to meter, but Hapon does have one ready in his bag, but the Eagle Claw to find his prey.
And see, Eagle Man strikes again. Hapon with this Geese ties things up 2 rounds apiece. And look at that, an anti-air as well against Don Argus. Snatches him out of the air, but Don Argus catches him with a slide. Hapon gets that 2 series once again.
What on earth is this quick punishment by Hapon? It's been absolutely stellar as he puts Don Argus into the corner. Don Argus has already made himself known that he does not want to be there.
Oh no, here he comes again. Don Argus gets taken down. Hapon on this beast. Reigns supreme in that match. And now both these players have to consult once again with their own coaches, maybe teammates. That was crazy.
That's right. And once again, both these players rocking different types of drip. We have Don Argus with the hat, and we have Hapon with the mask. Right now, Don Argus being very considered what he should do. Honestly, I would love to see his Heihachi in action. I think we all would be in for a treat if we saw that.
Yes, certainly. Talagang mataas din yung level ng Heihachi niya. It does not show in the in-game rank, pero he's a lot more focused on the Eliza. But definitely bringing out the Heihachi might be the curveball that he needs, because this Eliza pick right now is not working against this Geese Howard.
That's right, and Don Argus looks like he has John Cena in the chair behind him. I don't know if you guys can see that, but and we're still gearing up for yet another intense match. Potentially the last one if Hapon can be on this monstrous streak of his.
Yeah. Now, I'm just really curious to see kung papalitan nga ni Don Argus yung Eliza. It was funny seeing them flaunt their moves doon sa laban na yun, especially when they're throwing out the projectiles are colliding. That was fun to watch. But at the same time, we were able to see yung difference ng projectiles nila. Geese's projectiles go all the way to the end. Meanwhile, Eliza's kind of fizzle out somewhere at a certain range. So that is a bit of a disadvantage for Don Argus.
That's right. The original 2D character of Tekken gets the short end of the stick when it comes to damage and projectiles, but at least she gets the quickest meter gain.
That's true. That's something that Eliza does have in her favor. Na mas mabilis nga talaga siya makakuha ng meter. And, well, that's just the Eliza life, I guess. And, you know, Don Argus, I talked to him about his usage of Eliza. And we all know na mahirap gamitin si Eliza, pero he really has so many things to think about. I asked him for his top 5 moves on the character. Oh my goodness, I was going to talk about top 5 moves, but no, it's the Heihachi coming out here. It's the surprise from Don Argus. He's bringing it out, finally.
The Iron Grandpa Heihachi versus Birdman Geese. Now, Heihachi, we know Heihachi to be yet again one of the offenders of monstrous damage, but that is locked behind the Omen Thunder God Fist, which, by all means, is readily available to Don Argus. Oh my goodness, he just went for it.
Hell Axel right out of the gate. Now Don Argus with a beautiful chunk of damage out of Hapon right here. Punch! Oh my goodness, the punch parry coming in from Don Argus as well. Hapon already in the red, 20 seconds having passed.
Oh my goodness, and that is no meter whatsoever for Mr. Hapon, as Don Argus will be the man to deny him of this. Don Argus is looking to have a reinvigorated approach to this game.
Ooh, a sidestep into the electric. Don Argus ready with that whip punish here. Goes for the hell sweeps. Hapon ready with the block and the punish. And now Don Argus has a good advantage so far.
He's doing it again! He's throwing out the hell axles, but look at all these plus frames in the face of Hapon, with Hapon having no meter to work with whatsoever.
Those hell axles are an interesting choice para kay Don Argus because it will jump over those land shards of Hapon. So just in case that Hapon tries to go for those projectiles, he's ready for it. The Omen comes out from Don Argus, doesn't land, and Hapon gets a combo here instead.
Right, and now Hapon does have meter, but right now he doesn't need it as it is only one swipe away from taking a round.
1 round apiece. Hapon keeping it cool with this Geese. Kind of expecting this Heihachi perhaps, because of course we all know Don Argus does have that Heihachi. But, you know, Don Argus really putting in the work with this character.
Right, Don Argus, don't do it! He did it again, folks! And now Hapon, he has 2 meters now. And just the prospect of pressing the wrong button at the wrong time against the Heihachi. Such a scary ordeal.
Oh, the offense. Don Argus is actually not shying away despite the dangers here. But now look at this. Hapon catches him with a back 3-2 to be able to carry straight to the wall. A little bit too close for that follow-up. Last chance for Don Argus. Gets sniped out of the air with a DF1, and Hapon is 1 round away from getting 3 points.
I thought he was gonna hit him with a Heihachi Hunting Hawk, but no sir. Hapon steps and denies him of any damage. Potential to break the wall, but no. Oh my lord.
Despite the sidewall, it all still connected. Geese, how are you doing this?
That's right, folks. He's really pretending he is the second character here, but Don Argus has other plans.
Oh, tries to go for the balcony break, not quite gonna reach there. Hell Axel once again from Don Argus. The A-Shaman, good punish from Hapon. Ready and loaded. Don Argus in the red here. Hapon trying to find the perfect opportunity, really thinking it through, and the running one from Hapon. The Geese elbow lands flush and takes out Don Argus. Hapon with 2 straight matches.
I have to say though, despite Don Argus falling in that matchup, and congratulations to Hapon. The way he uses Heihachi is so unique. Like the way he was crouching and using the Hell Axle to enforce a full crouch mix-up. Come on, dude, that's crazy.
Definitely. Nagpakita yung skill ni Don Argus on that Heihachi Mishima, and that was an amazing effort from him. But Hapon seems to be ready for it. Let's take a look at what Hapon did in that match against Don Argus, starting with the Geese against Eliza.
Right, once again, Hapon really relied on his fundamentals here. We saw excellent spacing and excellent whiff punishment. The standing twos have been immaculate, and Don Argus just could not find an answer for it.
Yeah, it's pretty tough because, as you mentioned earlier, medyo may reference si Hapon on what he needs to do. using the character because Don Argus faced off against a geese earlier on, but yeah, did not expect that Hapon will actually go for the geese and was unable to deal with the matchup.
That's right. And speaking of matchup, Don Argus has had a very, very tough road. Just in this episode alone, every single person he's fought was and is still a juggernaut and a killer in his own right. But Don Argus really showed signs of life with this Heihachi.
Yeah, maybe it's time to actually bring back the character. No, talagang it seems na he achieved better results, especially against this Geese Howard, and probably a huge strain off of his mind then since ang hirap talaga gamitin ni Elise. And going back to an actual Tekken character, unlike Geese and unlike Eliza, it really seems to have freed his mind.
That's right. And the crazy thing is, well, I don't have to play Heihachi with all his hard inputs, but Don Argus is gonna do it anyway. Once again, we've seen him try and poke with that incredibly menacing Omen Thunder God Fist, and to great success as well.
Yeah, I don't think it landed here, right, though. Right, we've seen it before, and he can pull it off just like he's breathing. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see it that much. He had a game plan. Nakita natin with the Hell Axel, but Hapon just kept his calm and won that. Congratulations to him. That was an amazing match. Now, of course, let's that is our final match of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. The players have fought their matches, but don't go away kasi we're going to be taking a short break. Sa aming pagbabalik, we will be having our post-show. We're going to be talking about the players and the matches that just happened, so make sure to stay tuned only here in the Nationals.
Welcome to the Nationals, Liga ng mga Kampiyon. My name is Laika Mea, your panel host for this evening. And with me, of course, is Porukun and Raph. Pero wait, there's more dahil kasama natin ngayon si STIE Olympians Hapon. So welcome, Hapon! There he is!
Yay!
There you go. Congratulations, first and foremost. Napakaganda ng performance mo so far. So I'll just dive right into it. Kamusta yung experience going up? Such aggressive players. Biruin mo, si Jason saka si Don Argus, napaka-aggressive ng plays kanina pero ang ganda pa rin ng laban. So kamusta naman yung experience, Hapon?
Kailangan ko lang maging defensive kanina kasi alam kong magaling talaga sila sa offensive. So kailangan ko lang din ng patient para makuha ko yung plan ko. Ayun naman, gumana naman siya.
Slow and steady wins the race, ika nga nila. So, ito pa, among the new bloods, at meron tayong ilang new bloods dito, di ba, sa National, sa Pro League natin. Sino naman ang nasa watchlist ng isang Hapon?
Siguro si Kunicat.
Ooh, bakit naman?
Magaling siya mag-Kunimitsu, so parang isa sa mga threat din namin. Yan, ang partner.
Interesting. So, talagang nagbabantay kayo sa mga Kunimitsu users, ano? So, meron pa tayong casters dito. As you can see, napakagwapo nilang dalawa. And I know, may gusto rin silang tanungin sa'yo. So, simulan na natin kay Raph.
Well, talking about the new bloods, Hapon, how has been Gold Standard been as a teammate?
Gold Standard? Actually, this past few days na nakasama ko siya, sobrang saya. Mas nakilala ko ngayon siya. Kaya rin pala, kala ko kasi nung dati tahimik lang. So ayun, nahawa ng kakulitan namin. Tsaka sana nga kung meron ulit, kung bibigyan ulit siya na ako ng chance na maging kampi siya, pipiliin ko pa rin siya.
Ooh! Hapon, may follow-up question ako dyan. Pasok ba siya sa criteria mo? Nagti-TikTok ba siya?
Oh, yes.
Tawag dito hindi nga
Ay?
Pero
sayang
pero nakuha niya lahat, yun na lang. So malay mo
hindi lang yung TikTok.
Baka malay mo next season ever sabihin ko kailangan matuto na siya mag-TikTok kasi hindi ko na siya
Grabe
hindi ko
naman
na siya
pala
pipilian.
si Hapon.
Joke lang yun.
Mahaba pa yung season though, yeah.
Feeling ko nga si Hapon pa yung magtuturo sa kanya mag-TikTok Simulan mo na ang pag-iensayo sa kanya. Pero ito si Porukun, alam ko may gusto ring tanungin sa'yo.
Yeah, regarding dun sa mga laban mo earlier on, you had an amazing fight. Medyo sobrang intense ng fight mo against kay Jasen and even with Don Argus. Now, among those two players, si Don Argus yung nagpalit ng character. He stepped away from the Eliza na talagang yung malaking tiwala niya and finally brought out the Heihachi. Now, anong naging reaction mo dun sa choice niyang yon? Were you maybe ready for it? Kinabahan ka ba na onte dun sa choice? How did you feel?
Ano naman, tawag dito, ready naman ako sa Heihachi kasi although na yun talaga yung main character niya. Pero syempre, kailangan i-expect natin yung kailangan mag-ready talaga para tayo, hindi tayo mabigla.
Maganda yun kasi, kumbaga, in-expect niya yung unexpected. Kaya in the end, naging victorious siya. Kasi prepared siya di ba? Pero ito, Hapon, bibigyan ka namin ng opportunity to give some shoutout sa iyong mga fans and supporters. So go ahead.
Shoutout kay love ko, si Matel Regaron. Shoutout na kita sa hindi ka na magagalit.
Matagal na hinihintay,
Pangalawa, sa teammate ko, si Gold Standard. Yun. Tsaka kay Coach Pouts. Tsaka kay ito, wait lang ha. Taking ko.
Uy.
Balik. Yan. Shoutout yan. Tsaka sa bumubuo ng The Nationals. Sa inyo, mga caster. Maraming salamat sa inyo.
Maraming salamat din sa iyo, Hapon. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview segment. Again, congratulations and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Ay, Poru. Raf. Na-blown away ako, kaya nga nung simula parang nawindang pa ako, di ba? I was blown away by the matches that we witnessed so far, that I was in a chaotic state. Pero ito guys, it's been quite a day so far. Starting off strong tayo with Jules versus Kunicat. I did not expect Shaheen and Geese picks, but I want to know your thoughts on this, guys. So, Poru-kun, I know that you have a bit of background with Kunicat. Maybe you can elaborate for the viewers.
Yeah, yung Shaheen pick, it was definitely, I did not expect it na lalabas siya. Pero I was aware na naglalaro siya ng Shaheen because he was a player ng Tekken 7 back then, even before lumabas si Lee, which is later on in the seasons pa. Back then, he used Shaheen. But apparently, I got to talk to him, but the reason na hindi niya binalik and move on to a different character instead is because he's had trouble with using a pad. Wala na yung stick niya dati. He got rid of his old stick and now he had to play on pad. Challenger 1 actually on a pad. Pero right now, reacquired the stick and I guess it's time. I-unleash na ulit yung Shaheen.
Raf, do you think we'll be seeing a lot more Shaheen from here on?
Honestly, talking about Shaheen's already been a staple of the Nationals. So having Kunicat having something that's a lot more fundamental, or when it comes to like a game plan, right? Like the frames are more fundamentally sound compared to Lee. It wouldn't surprise me if he'd still have that just unlocked, because he played really well today, despite falling to Jules. He still played really well.
Oh, well, kita naman natin, the effort was there. Siguro a little bit more polishing. Sabi nga ni Vermilion, di ba? Scrubby kid back then, pero nare-refine as we go along.
Yeah.
Now, another player that I want to talk about is actually the featured player for the day, which is Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince.
Hi.
Kanina nung pre-show, diniscuss namin yung previous score niya against AK and Machinehead na dun siya sa losing side of the scoreboard dun sa mga matches yun. Pero kanina, he won each of his matches. He won both of them. So ano bang masasabi niyo sa performance ni Coffee Prince so far? Let's go with you, Poru.
No, it was crazy kasi yan yung klase ng performance na talaga. Alam natin kayang gawin ni Coffee Prince yung ganong klaseng performance. We've seen it kapag naghahabol siya ng points and trying to get that last slot to get into the playoffs. Pero usually nga, yun nga kapag naghahabol na tayo ng points. Pero him being able to bring it out, yung ganon galing, yung ganon kataas na skill niya right now, it's definitely a huge thing and something that the other players will have to consider next.
They will really have to consider it kasi, diba, hindi nila in-expect siguro yun from Coffee Prince, but there we go. In-outperform niya yung sarili niya from expectations. But what about you, Raf? Meron ka pa bang madadagdag doon?
I mean, yeah, just to echo a bit on what Corey said. Normally, we don't see Jeff play like that up until the point of like playoffs and stuff. But man, Coffee Prince was an absolute monster today. That Fakum Ram pick, I thought was a little like unexpected, but again, he managed so well against every single one of his opponents and ruined my picks too. Thanks, Jeff.
Same actually.
So, ayun na nga, nagkakaalaman na nasasaktan si Raph pag ginugulo nyo yung mga
It's
predictions and yung picks niya. So, be cautious next time, players. Pero ito guys, why don't we take a look at the standings that we have so far today? I am pretty sure that a lot has changed since then. As we can see, Kunicat has been dethroned. First game of the day pa lang, si Jules na yung nag-overthrow sa kanya. And now he has 14 points. Next to him is BRE Pro's Maru, and then Machinehead, Vermilion, Hapon, and then AK. So nasira na yung 9 and then 5-8 na score natin. Iba na yung pagdating dun. And here at the second half, we have Kunicat, Sidesteplance, Coffee Prince, Jason, Gold Standard, and Don Argus. So, intense yung labanan natin dito, di ba? Kahit saan nyo tingnan, medyo dikit-dikit pa rin talaga tong scores na to. Walang sobrang nangingibabaw. At the end of the day, parang pantay talaga yung laban. Nakita mo talagang skilled lahat ng players natin dito. Pero what about you, Raph? What can you say about the scoreboard so far?
Vil asked me about how the Omega Boys would dominate, like moving forward, and if I had faith in them to do that. Of course, you know. And today really showed that they were coming out swinging and they were throwing haymakers that were so dangerous. Even though Machinehead is trying to make a heart with Sidesteplance, you know, as friendly as that looks, this man is a killer.
I would have to agree. Grabe naman talaga tong standings ng dalawang to, 'di ba? This is what I love about watching the esports scene here in the Philippines. Like, you think that these guys are all about fighting against each other in game, but as you can see, there's just so much more to them than meets the eye. I have no idea what's happening here. Poro, give us some commentary, please. I need an explanation as to what's happening.
Well, you know, these players, kahit na medyo matindi yung competition, the Tekken community is still a very tightly knit community, right? Malaki ang respeto nila sa isa't isa. And you know, sometimes they just want to have fun. But I have a feeling that this medyo mababawasan na to, because if we look at where we are right now, it's the third day. 2 araw na lang natitira para sa atin dito sa play-ins.
Kumbaga, hindi lang yung panahon yung umiinit, no?
Yeah.
Yung labanan din talaga yung umiinit dito sa The Nationals. Pero, ayun guys, aside from joking around, ang susunod na makikita natin ay yung susunod na schedule ng The Nationals. So, ito na yung matches that are to come. Mainit din ang bakbakan. We're gonna be starting off with Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince versus STIE Olympians Gold Standard. So, what can you guys say about this? Poro, meron ka bang nakikitang match dito na dapat abangan nating lahat?
Yeah, personally, I'm liking yung idea ng laban ni BRE Pro's Maru and Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince. First, because I just want to see Coffee Prince to continue yung nagawa niya today, or to see kung kaya niya i-continue against Maru, yet another one of the titans in the competition. Second place in second conference and even in the season finale sa number 1. So that is interesting to see.
What about you, Raph? Meron ka bang ina-anticipate na match dito?
Can I have 2 matches? Because honestly, like the last 2 of this half, they look interesting. And
yeah, I would have to agree.
Like Jules versus Vermilion, that could potentially be a Devil Jin mirror or a Jin Devil Jin match. Either way, gonna be super exciting, right? Jason and Kunicat, these two have proven to be the more, how would I put it, creative players when it comes to the offensive approach. So again, such an interesting lineup across the board.
Ooh, gonna be very interesting to watch all of these matches indeed. Now let's move on to the second half, where I'm pretty sure there are more matches that are gonna excite us all the way. And at the top of my head, actually it's hard to pick. I don't know how I keep asking you guys these questions. Apparently it's really hard to answer.
Oh, they are.
They definitely are.
But I'm still gonna ask you anyway. So let's start with you. Any match on this half?
I'm looking looking at the whole thing, right? I'm really interested to see Sidesteplance going up against LPE AK because Sidesteplance has been pretty strong. Although he was shut down quite a bit today, gusto kong makita kung paano siya mag-bounce back tomorrow, even in the face of such a monster like AK.
What about you, Raph?
Don Argus
You
versus
guys must hate me
Sidesteplance.
by now.
Oh, by now? I'm kidding. Like, we all know everybody loves each other in the nationals. That's why we got the show running. But anyway, Don Argus versus Sidesteplance, a character loyalist battle. Super, super interesting stuff,
Nako, alam nyo kung ano yung next part. I think that we're all gonna start praying at this point because the next segment of our post-show is actually the prediction standings. And I gotta tell you guys, the only thing I'm hoping for here is a passing score. But as you guys can see, nobody passed. I believe Mika had the highest score and her percentage was 72%. Oh my god, I don't know what to say at this point, but Boru, you made it to the first half. Congratulations. Raph and I aren't on this list so far.
I'm just
Not
glad
yet,
I made
yeah.
it to the first half. Pero I can see Dr. Jimmy immediately caught up to me. Medyo malayo siya before.
Oh man,
Oh
I'm
my
honestly
God.
worried for me.
Feeling ko nga by the end of the play-ins, may eliminate na rin ako. Ayan na nga. Oh my god!
56.
Raph, we're tied! We're tied!
It's okay, like, you know what? At least you're not antagonizing me because every time somebody antagonizes me, I will hunt for their head. You know that. It's okay. There's no bad blood. If I sit, I'm kidding, guys. Again.
Okay, we're surviving. Hopefully, tomorrow is a better day for our predictions. Like, God, these players, man, they're screwing with us. Like, we are trying our best to get these predictions right, but they like to prove us wrong. They like to beat each other up in these games. So it's been pretty exciting, but at the same time, on our part, it's been pretty hard to predict stuff. But we're gonna be moving on to the top comment of the day kasi for sure yung top comment, 100% yung score mo. Unlike us na 56% ng kami nila.
Ooh.
So, according to Carlos Gayoso, for sure it would be Maru kasi kung sino daw yung gusto mong magturo sa'yo in Tekken, di ba? For sure it would be Maru because I learned a lot from him aside from my mentor. He's also really friendly and whenever we play, he always points out my mistakes so I can fix them. Yan naman ang maganda, no? It's one thing to have your mistakes be pointed out, pero it's another for you to actually learn from your mistake, like put in the effort to learn from it. Pero I guess that is the final word of the day unless our casters would like to share anything more. By the looks of their faces, parang wala na. Parang lahat kami medyo sad sa predictions namin. Pero we're very happy with all of the results of the tournament so far. Napakaganda ng mga laban natin dito. And I hope you guys keep tuning in to the Nationals. It's again, facebook.com/phnnationals. And that is it for the post show. Again, I am Laika-Mea, your panel host. With me are Raph and Porokun. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great night.